It's on a shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because Shorty Camp Leader is a fucking delight. It's on this shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird with your comments and screen. You will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube. You can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cut. It's on this shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Let your all caps be free. It's so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a lit shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because the Shorty Camp Leader is a fucking delight. It's on this shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here.
Hey shorties, new look channel, who dis? Good to see you everybody. Wow, hi Amber. We are rebranding, mate. Vixie, hey, let's fucking go. Poppy says, yeah, let's fucking go. Holla, holla, Amber. Stream Elements, are you awake yet? I think we've got this bot sorted. Hey, Dog's Mum, good to see you. Taryn, yeah, nice intro. Thank you, Taryn, for doing that. Can you... It's like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Hi, Bussy and Poppy. Emojis in the chat. Yes. Welcome, Stream Elements. Is it working? Is it working? Love the song, Shorty. Love me some Shorty. Oh, same. Sort of. I get a bit tired of myself sometimes. Taryn is a fucking professional. People, we have a professional in our midst, and it's not Poppy. Hey, Poppy. I think she's excited that 16 Nights of Shorty continues. Yes. Hi, Amy. Good to see you. So at the moment in the chat, we've almost only exclusively got mods, all the lurkers. Hey, lurkers. How are you? Are you here to learn? We'll see. Vixie's here. Grandma Bell. Be the person who surprises others with your genuine interest in them, the respect you extend, your disregard for unnecessary formalities or status symbols. Kato, I love that. Guys, this is good, isn't it? I love it. So anyway, lurkers, good to see you. Hi, Daisy. Lovely to see you. Charlie, Rachel, hit the like now. Yes, please, and thank you. Caps are acceptable. Absolutely. Although you should have done that in all caps. Just saying. Anya, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. The dogs want to go out, so it must be Camp Shorty time. And I've got to clear my throat, so there's that too. One moment. You'd think with all the singing I've been doing while getting ready would have prevented the need to clear one's throat. However, hi, Holly. Lurking. Yeah, there's always lurkers, and that's cool. Everyone lurks for different reasons. Some people haven't got a phone on them. They're just watching on the TV. Some people are like gardening, walking the dogs. Some people don't want to subscribe, so they just lurk because they can't chat. That's cool. I see Steph there. Ms. Vegemite. Yes. Hi. Amy. Hi. Crystal. Hi. Good to see you. Gorgeous. Hello, dear. Love it. I love this for us. So new look channel, and out with the pink, out with the roller coaster. And you know what? In with the roller skates. So here's a funny thing. Hilarious. Like I was conceived like this is cute. I was conceived out the back of a roller skating rink. Cute. My my birth mother, I'm adopted. My birth mother had an older boyfriend. She was 13. He was 17. And she found out before she found out she was pregnant with me, she found out that she was the side bitch. She was his side girl. So she never told him that she was pregnant with me. So then she was shipped off to a big town, to the big smoke, to have me, the baby, in the mid-70s, and then I didn't know that roller skating story. Oh, did I just see Stream Elements? Oh my god! Pause, Taryn, Taryn. Oh my god! And apparently we've got another mod because Stream Elements is a mod. Taryn, girl. We did it. You did it. I did nothing except like make it harder for you. Poppy, speaking of, I love you very much, but could you go and get an antler and go and sit down, please? Yes. Okay, well, I'll just pat you then. So then when I was a child, I used to go to the roller skating rink all the time. All the time. Hi, Debbie. Good to see you. Hi. All the time, every weekend, and roller skate. And you know what? It's kind of cool. It's a kind of cool retro. I'm breathing. Breathe. It's kind of cool. The roller skating thing I like better than the roller coaster, because you know what? The roller coaster ride is over, and here we are rolling. We're rolling. It's a smooth roll. We got this. We're coasting, right? We're coasting. Dogs, sit down. Like, share, subscribe, please. Did I see Gigi? Meg P's here. Awesome. Poppy. I got new vapes. Best. So good. Lisa, breathe. Man, you should see me when I'm actually freaking out. Wow. Poppy. Yeah. Oh, Joseph. Hi. Gingy says, powder blue is fresh and you, boss. Thanks, darling. It is fresh, isn't it? Fresh. New channel look. Who dis? Rebranding. So we got a kind of an important thing to talk about tonight. Hi, Go Georgia. Good to see you. Who else is here? I can't see. Oh, Just Irish. Hey, girl. Oh, dear YouTube, could we please change the color of the members to from anything other than green? Like, Lord, hear our prayer. Thoughts and prayers, YouTube, please. I can't see it. I crash more. Roller skating though. I haven't done it for a while, so we'll see. I can't roller skate, but I love it. Crystal, I haven't roller skated for, oh my God, hang on. Yikes. It's been a long time. I could never, ever, ever roll a blade. That sounds like a whole lot of broken coccyx to me. But skating, let's fucking go. Hi, Kimbers. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you too. We're almost there. Peace be with you. And also with you. Any Catholics in the house? I'm not Catholic, but I spent some time in a Catholic church. Of course. You love the new branding. Yes. Thank you to Mandy Joe for getting into Canva and changing out my logo coloring for the blue, the same as in the roller skates. Love. I think I've said hello to everyone that's here. Interestingly, because there's a whole lot of people watching. Okay, well, maybe we can all learn together. Cool. So why do women bully? I mean, let's just roll that back a little bit. Of late, I've seen some conversation on the Twitters and maybe in some chats that adults don't bully. That's ridiculous. It's schoolyard stuff. I mean, okay. Maybe you're a bully, whoever says that, because it absolutely happens and it takes all sorts of forms. But usually women bullying are, their tactics are more passive aggressive. They tend to bully by excluding people, talking about them, spreading rumors about them. Mostly it's the exclusion and the rumors and that just the bitchy mean girl shit. So there isn't actually a lot of research done on this. A little bit. Coccyx. Yes, coccyx. Your ass. I can roll a blade like no other. Who else is here? Hey, Ducking, good to see you. Yes, Catholic in the house. Recovering at Catholic. Patricia. Is Patricia Vincent here? Hi, Patricia. I want to make sure I say hello to people. Amy, it's wounded, damaged female energy IMO. Yeah. Well, let's get into it a little bit. Hang on a second here. I've already turned the loop off, but you know, girl. This.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
Not that you're a motherfucker, but I love you and I'll take your money. $2. Don't give me money. God damn it. But I'm a pretty good grifter, right? Hi, Ali. Good to see you. I heard your name a lot. I haven't watched you with my eyes much, honestly, but whoa, you are beautiful. Oh, thanks. Thank you. That's a beautiful compliment. I like to think that how I look is the least impressive thing about me. I mean, but thank you. That's a lovely compliment. And welcome. I can imagine lately the things you've heard may well have not been the most glowing positive reviews. And that's okay. We're going to go into a whole lot of that tonight. Not details. You've all heard it. You've all seen it, haven't you? Is there anyone here who doesn't know what the shit that's being said? That's cool. People can say whatever they want to say. Let's talk about why they're saying it's called a smear campaign, spoiler alert, but we'll get to it. So linked in the description box already, I actually did this before time because I'm actually turning into a proper professional. There are some articles, and we're going to articles and studies. So thank you so much to Steph, one of my beautiful moderators, aka Mrs. Vegemite and Matching Shorty Sunnies, the raffle winner, the first ever Shorty raffle, and also Amber, Law Note Amber, for sending me some really amazing studies, like proper quantifiable studies and results, and also a couple of articles. So in the description box there is all of the Poppy's on a mission, all of anything we're going to watch this evening in terms of Dr. Ramani. Yes, she's back. Oh my God, she released a new video this morning, and we're going to watch a snippet of that, talking about the PollyAnna types, people who are deniers of anything bad in the world, and actually those people can be the most harmful in terms of letting narcissistic and asshole bullshit slide and be normalized, and the gaslighting effect it has on the person being smeared. So yes, and so all of anything we watch tonight, as well as these, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 written pieces. 2 of them are articles. 3 of them are studies. So if you're someone who likes to read your own, do some research, it's all there for you. It's under the resources section in the description box. So that, yes, let me get back down to the bottom of chat. Hi CH, good to see you. I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody. Me? Oh, well, thanks, Holly. Hi, by the way, I just finished on Hey Massachusetts when I was finishing getting ready. Oh, actually, I think Come At Me Bro was the last one. Every time I hear that song, I think of you, Holly. So yes. Who else is here? Let me keep saying hi. I think I've said hello to everybody. Oh, Pokemomo. Hey, girl, Shelly, good to see you. I love your name. That was so funny. Oh, my goodness. Here. Oh, Extreme Elements. Hey, good to see you, sir, ma'am, them. Darren, I'm so proud of us. Mostly you. I didn't do anything. Hey, Vermont Bread Smith. Good to see you. I am the truth teller in my family's narcissism dynamic. Therefore, also the outsider. Yeah, people don't love the truth, do they? People aren't used to hearing the truth, and they certainly often don't want to hear it. And that's on them. Mostly people who don't want to hear the truth, in my opinion, are people who don't tell themselves the truths about themselves. And so the rest is just, it's all too confronting, right? Michelle D. Hi, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So let me see. I think what we might do is play. I think this is a short one. I've got them all lined up. What a professional. Who even am I? Black sheep. Shame, just Irish. I'm the black sheep in my family, and I'm the only child. So that's awkward for me. Wait, okay, what do? We press every time. Every time. Present. So all you people that are watching and not in the chat, thank you for being here. There's no tea being spilt. We're just going to do some learning. And honestly, if you're here for the tea, maybe stick around and stay for the learning, because this is important stuff for all of us. This isn't important for me. Like, I mean, I'm being the conduit to share this information. We've pulled together some amazing resources for everybody. So that. Hi, Nina. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. What am I doing? Presenting screen. Yikes. Where is it? God damn it. Gender. This one, I think. Yeah. Okay. So this one is this is thanks to Steph. How long is it? It's like 15 minutes long. It's I think it might have been a presentation, a talk by perhaps college or university students. There's some written stuff online, articles, research papers and stuff, not much YouTube content, which is a shame. So here we're adding to the conversation on YouTube with this live stream, which I'm pretty proud of. Let me just stretch that out. So there's some, anyway, let's just watch it.
Is defined as a direct form of causing verbal, physical, or psychological harm to someone, while cyberbullying provides indirect aggression.
And I think it's on 203.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn, and my partner's name is Jenny, and our topic is on gender and cyberbullying, and which gender bullies more. Bullying is defined as a direct form of causing verbal, physical, or psychological harm to someone, while cyberbullying provides indirect aggression through technology to inflict harassment on others.
Bullying is an issue that has plagued societies even before the rise of civilizations. The face of bullying has changed through the years, even if the act itself has not. Our technologies have given us the newest face of this abuse, cyberbullying. Given the more current awareness of the social disparity in gender treatment and the tendency of a male-dominated society to subjugate its women, it is prudent to wonder who bullies more, and is bullying of a different form in cyberspace. Studies have been conducted that indicate, yes, there is a gender difference, while others have stated no, there is no difference in which gender bullies more, just how each gender bullies. According to Oscar Erder Baker, an associate professor in the Department of Educational Services at Middle East Technical University, found that males are more likely to engage in bullying behaviors as well as cyber victims than females. However, Faye Mishna, a dean and professor at the Factor in Wintosh Faculty of Social Work, University of Toronto, and colleagues found that no, there is not a difference in gender when it comes to bullying. Both professors agreed on one thing: there is a difference on how each gender bullies.
Although technological devices provide various benefits, cyberbullying is becoming a major concern in our innovating society for both males and females. In the first study, researcher Eder Baker determined whether there was an association between bullying and gender. In order to analyze the theory, Eder...
I'm just going to stop there for a moment and say hi, Lo Marie. I'm sorry to hear you've had a down kind of a day. You don't need to contribute much at all. You are feel free to just sit back and watch the chat. We're here for you, of course, and thank you for being here. I hope this evening lifts your spirits somewhat. Learning, aha moments, and camaraderie with a whole bunch of kind, supportive people here. Our community, I'm so grateful and blessed and honored to be a part of this community. Thank you.
Baker created a questionnaire that was distributed to students in the company of school counselors. The researchers sampled 3 high schools from Turkey with originally 290 questionnaires being distributed. However, 14 questionnaires were excluded due to outliers, unanswered questions, etc. Approximately 276 students participated, 9th, 10th, and 11th graders ranging from the ages of 14 to 18. Of those 276 students, 151 were males, 123 were females, and 2 were undisclosed participants. Upon measuring the participants' experiences with cyberbullying, the students were given a 49-item questionnaire about their experience with bullying using a 5-point item scale. Some of the questions in the survey asked if students have ever witnessed bullying, committed any form of bullying, or have ever felt bullied both online and in person, as well as the frequency of internet usage. The participants were
Wait, I just remembered something. Replay crew, hi. I think that this may be a video that is quite replayed. So for replay crew, if you would like to watch the live chat replay as it goes down, and if you're on a handheld device like your mobile or an iPad or something like that, a tablet, there is a way to do it. On the laptop or the computer, it's easy peasy. But on a handheld device, all you need to do is go to the comments section, don't go into the comments, but just swipe. Thanks, Stream Elements. Love your work. Wow. Well trained, Taryn. Swipe left on the comment tab and it will give you the option to watch the live chat replay instead. I do try to put most of the comments on screen, but if that's your jam, that's the way to do it. Thanks, Steph, girl. You're such a beautiful friend and such an amazing moderator, and I love you.
separated into 4 categories. Bully, which contained 44, victim contained 66, bully and victim contained 55, and 99 were indifferent.
Yikes,
According to the
Amy.
results, within some levels of traditional bullying experiences, there were statistically significant gender differences in being a cyber
Hi, Diane.
victim and a
Good to see you.
cyber bully. According to Adair Baker in a 2010 report, gender seems to be an important factor in understanding the experiences of both cyber and traditional bullying. When it comes to traditional bullies, boys tend to be more physically aggressive, while girls tend to be more relational and indirect bullies. Cyberbullying offers anonymity, meaning the victim cannot tell the identity of the individual causing them harm. Anonymity gives individuals authorization to
Troll accounts on Twitter, anyone?
lurk using a phony account, making it more appealing for bullies and victims who want revenge.
Sock accounts on YouTube, anyone? Anyone?
Social media platforms, for example, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, allow bullies to indirectly harass victims and keeps them from the consequences of their actions. Cyberbullying can be categorized as psychological aggression because it is easy to access and it gives bullies options, such as creating fake profiles or cyberstalking. Victimization and abuse through cyberbullying have led to repercussions in individuals' academics as well as psychosocial development. Because cyberbullying offers anonymity and is an indirect form of aggression, one can assume cyberbullying would be more appealing and used by girls. However, this is not the case. The results show overall male students with traditional bullying experiences scored relatively higher than female students. When comparing the 4 levels of bullying experiences, bully, victim, bully and victim, and no bully.
Okay, I've got my tissues ready and I feel like we're going to need them. But MD, thank you so much for your coffees. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry about your mum. That's really tough at any time of the year. And we're here for you if you want to just sit back and watch. But if you want to come in the chat, you'll get a whole lot of love. If you all remember a couple of nights ago, MD told us that the next day she was going to have to go and turn off her mother's life support apparatus. So I'm sorry, that's really sad.
Bullying experiences, female students' scores on cyberbullying and cyber victimization were not found to be different across the levels. However, male students' scores were found to vary based on the 4 levels of traditional bullying experiences. According to Adair Baker, in terms of cyberbullying, male students who reported being a traditional bully scored significantly higher than students who reported being a traditional victim, bully victim, and not involved. Also, male students who reported being a traditional bully and victim scored significantly higher on cyberbullying than males who reported not being involved in traditional bullying. Thus, the results of the comparisons by gender across levels of traditional bullying show that within some levels of traditional bullying experiences, there were statistically significant gender differences in being a cyberbully and a cyber victim. Male students demonstrated higher levels of cyber victimization and cyberbullying than female students. Overall, the main outcome of this article is to bring an end to cyberbullying by discussing the factors that cause it. Therefore, peer bullying now goes beyond school borders to become a larger concern that must be dealt with not only by school and mental health professionals, but also by parents, policymakers, professionals that work in the area of new media, and the community at large.
So I'm going to pause there and just say, so peers don't have to be school peers, right? We are all peers here in this community. We are peers in a community. So peers means you're equals. Interesting. So the things that they're speaking of here, because I believe this was a school or a high school or or maybe a college project, very well researched. I'm sorry, brain. This is not limited to children. So in any group, whether it's a work group, a friendship group, a family unit, an online community, a YouTube channel, they're your peers. We are peers here, yes? Thank you for all the love that everyone's throwing into the chat. Well, not throwing, pouring into the chat for MD. Big love. Big love. What's wrong, Bussy? Come here. Are you okay? He saw that I was crying. It's okay. I'm okay. It's okay. We're good. Okay, and Poppy's just so enthusiastic all the time. So just think about that. Anything, because like I said, there's not much. Okay, guys, thanks. I love you. Thanks. There's not actually that much on the YouTubes relating to female adult women bullying women. So we're going to draw some conclusions, some connections here. There's a nexus. These behavior patterns are set early in life, and they continue through life. It just, particularly with anyway, just that.
Professor Oscar Erder Baker used a convenient sample self-reporting survey that was administered to a select group of high school students in the northwest part of Turkey. Total sample population 276. All participants that were administered the survey were selected by the school's administration. Out of all participants, the majority of those who participated were male, 151, female, 123, and 2 were unknown gender. Meanwhile, Professor Mishna's study was an exploratory cross-sectional survey design conducted in a large Canadian city using students in grades 6th, 7th, 10th, and 11th. The total amount of the surveys completed in Professor Mishna's study far surpassed that of Professor Oscar Erder Baker, with a total sample of 2,186. With its vast difference in the sample population, Professor Mishna's participants were mostly female at 55%. Even with a difference in sample population, both in numbers and gender, Professor Mishna's conclusion was no significant difference in which gender bullies more. Rather, she and her colleagues found that each gender bullies differently, depending on their age, and males tend to decrease in bullying activities around early adolescence, while females tend to increase. In this exploratory cross-sectional quantitative study, Professor Mishna and colleagues expand on the traditional bullying seen within societies to the new age form, cyberbullying. Professor Mishna used a self-reporting survey that was disseminated to students in 20 secondary schools and 13 elementary middle schools. Within the sample population in a large Canadian city, Mishna reported that 99% of the participants had access to computers in their home, while 98% of the participants used a computer at least 1 hour a day. More than half of the sample population at 65% reported they used the internet daily to communicate with their friends.
Hey, what are you barking at?
The information gathered by Professor Mishna and colleagues
Nibbles.
was not limited to questions of types of bullying. Instead, participants were asked about their socio-demographic status, such as age, grades they receive, their home rental status or ownership, and languages spoken. These questions help show bullying on a range of issues, not just limited to one definition of bullying. Rather, it provided information to additional triggers of being a perpetrator of bullying or a victim and insight on the cultural influences. With this information, Professor Mishna and colleagues were able to find that a large percentage, 76.4%, of the participants lived at home with both biological parents. The students who reported living with a single parent was 16.8%, while the remaining 6.8% lived with other, such as biological parent and step-parent. Despite all the findings concluding there is not a difference in gender when it comes to bullying, the question, I believe, is phrased incorrect. Rather than ask, is there a difference in gender, perhaps it would behoove those conducting the experimental research to ask the question, is there a difference in bullying based on the developmental stages of students, and how does the socio-demographic of each student shape the sphere of bullying of how it manifests, perpetrator, victim, or both? Although this article states that no, there's not a difference in bullying depending on gender, it can be argued that yes, there is a difference, but not that one gender bullies more than the other. There's just a difference in how the bullying shows up. The socio-demographic information is important in understanding the additional
My
circumstances
ears.
that each student may be faced with that could play an important role or factor in bullying. In this particular study, Professor Mishna used the information to lay framework into an understanding of a larger picture of what may trigger bullying behaviors among adolescents and gives way to the gender discussions.
Lord have mercy on my ears. Sorry, Chad, if that's booming in your ears. Gingy says, I've not been on here much, but there is a certain group of peeps I stay away from. They just give me negative vibes, even though they think they are hilarious at others' expense. Yes, that's a culture of kind of toxicity. I mean, not every human you come across is your kind of human. Well, wherever the community is that you come across them, whether it's in your family, but usually, the reason we have a beautiful, supportive community here, a beautiful, warm, nurturing, kind, inclusive, funny, sassy, professional, feral community is because water finds its level. Like finds like. People gravitate towards the kind of people that they that volume is bullying. Right, I'll turn it down a bit. They must have got really close to their microphones. So if you come across a community, a group of people that don't fit with your authenticity, the way you like to behave, then steer clear of them. But it becomes a bit of a problem when that behavior spills out, and we're going to talk about this. There is their sound check. Right, my earballs. I'll turn it down. Yeah, there are some communities that you want to steer clear of, and it's very hard to change that culture of any community when it's en masse. People will be people, yeah. So thank you, Amber. If you're experiencing cyberbullying and need immediate support, text connect to 741-741. That's in the States. Yeah, wait, let me just, I don't want to slide it back. You know what I'm like, chat. Yikes. Let me quiet because
Previous studies, such as the study conducted by Professor Erder Baker. Professor Mishna found that in younger participants in grades 6 and 7, there was not a difference in gender. However, she found...
Fun fact, I have a babushka doll, one of those Russian nesting dolls that's on the screen right now. I have a tattoo of that on the back of my leg, on my calf. Oh, painful. Oh, calf tattoos are the worst. Oh, also, Holly, thank you so much for your coffees. Hey, Massachusetts, what the actual fuck? Thank you, darling.
Found that girls in 10th and 11th grade were more likely to be a cyber victim over their male counterparts. Yet there was no difference between girls or boys in all grades measured in being the perpetrator of cyberbullying. Still, there are many differences that are pointed out by Professor Mishna's study, showing the rally of information given, much like watching a tennis match, back and forth between the two genders, of which age and genders bully more. When all scores are added up, it is an equal playing field, showing that both genders bully equally, yet in different ways depending on their stage of development. Girls being more likely to receive unwanted sexual texts or messages, boys being the ones who send
Rach, no.
unwanted sexual pictures or messages. The indirect aggression by older girls with name-calling or rumors being spread, whereas the boys were more into the direct threats and direct aggression, more closely related to traditional bullying.
So on that note, Amy mentioned in our moderator chat the other day that she has a tattoo, recently tattooed, saying "Let them." So I think that's yes, let them. If it's just one person saying things about you, thinking things about you, trying to bait you, let them. Like, you can't change that. I think it becomes problematic when them is a pack, right? Yes. So then it turns from being just people saying shit about you and like I don't care. What other people think about me or you is none of mine or your business. The people that matter don't mind, and the people who mind don't matter. But when it starts to turn into a lot more than just, letting it roll off, when it starts to affect your reputation, your well-being, your mental health, your emotional health, your friend circle, your family unit, then it letting them, where do we draw the line?
According to the National Bullying Prevention Center, males were more likely to be physically bullied over females, 6% versus 4%. However, females were more likely to be subjects of rumors, 18% versus 9%. In addition to the rumors, females were reported more likely to be purposely excluded from activities, 7% versus 4%. Again, this shows that yes, gender makes a difference in the shape bullying takes, but it does not show that either gender bullies more than the other, just differently. Interestingly, this last year, we have been pushed into a global pandemic with the spread of COVID-19. Children are now forced to stay home and school in what has been labeled distance learning. The increased access to technology, in addition to the lower parental supervision, has led to studies that indicate an increase in cyberbullying. In an article published by Blue Cross and Michigan Health News, they show a 70% increase in cyberbullying. With this new discovery of a significant increase in bullying, the lack of accessible platforms or outlets to report abuse or seek help has greatly diminished. These children are left to feel frustration. In additional studies, such as one conducted by a group of Stanford psychologists who aimed to investigate the impact of COVID-19 on adolescent brains, they had reached out to a previous cohort that was studied with brain imaging at the onset of puberty.
Just going to pause there for a moment to say, CH says, from a purely evolutionary perspective, female competitiveness, exclusionary behaviours improves fitness, fecundity, and higher quality mates, along with increased kin investment. Yes, I think it's, yes, that makes sense. It does make sense. Survival of the fittest, right? I think it's devolved somewhat in society these days, in some arenas.
Results
With some women.
Indicate that adolescents who had more connectivity within the executive control network within the brain were less likely to have pandemic-related stress and anxiety. However, for those who were impacted within their socio-demographic during the pandemic, their risk to anxiety and depression was shown to be higher. Understanding the series of events within children's lives, their socioeconomic situations, cultural influences, socio-demographic, and many other factors all play a part in understanding the types of aggression and outlets used to bully. In the study published by Professor Urder Baker, she argues that yes, there is a difference, and that males are more likely to engage in bullying-type behaviors regardless of physical and/or virtual environments. However, Faye Mishna argued that there was no differences found between males and females in cyberbullying, either as the perpetrator or the victim. Both professors looked at children within the same age range, yet Professor Mishna had additional levels to
Now
her
it's
study.
too quiet because that's their
The
pre-recorded
internal
stuff.
and external
God
validity
damn it,
is higher
lady.
within Professor Mishna's study due to her sample size being larger. It seems that both professors understand that there is a difference, yet Professor Urder Baker appears to focus on a small portion of bullying rather than the big picture. I find myself agreeing with both professors on both sides. Yes, boys do bully more, but at an earlier age with more physical aggression, whereas girls tend to bully in a more psychological manner using indirect social and relational aggression. Especially considering the times we currently live in, where gender identification is a topic that comes with a lot of debate and intensity, I don't believe that we can narrow bullying to one gender, rather define it in how people choose to bully. If there's a boy who identifies as a female or a girl who identifies as a male, will these numbers change on which category they fit? The big picture is not so limited to gender, rather the path that a person
Check your
takes of
levels.
either
My
becoming
God.
the perpetrator or the victim.
My sound and radio education and training a long time ago, but that's offensive to my ears. Not just painful, but offensive. Check your levels. It's easy to do. It's easy to do.
And more often than not, both.
So in conclusion, we evaluate both the yes and no sides of the article. We're able to understand that although the researchers have their own opinions on which gender bullies more, we agree that the framework of how an individual bullies is based on gender. Boys are more physical and direct, while girls are more relational and indirect, which could have led us to believe girls would be more susceptible to bullying. We are able to recognize the factors that impact cyberbullying, such as sociodemographics and the effects cyberbullying has on our youth.
Oh my God,
Cyberbullying
these
is on the
levels.
rise,
Lord
and
have
there is no
mercy.
doubt a further rise will occur as a byproduct of COVID-19. However, we should not give in to cyberbullying and work on preventing it. By working together and treating each other with kindness, we can not only figure out ways to prevent cyberbullying, but also figure out a way to end it for good.
Well, bravo. So what are we watching? Well, that was a beautifully produced piece with immaculate sound quality. Thank you. There is very little on the YouTube about women bullying women. And I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but linked in the description box, there are 3 research papers and the findings and a couple of articles. And we've got, and also I've linked the videos that we're going to watch. So that one, if you'd like to watch it again, particularly if you have children that you would like to, or you're a teacher, I don't know if it's a useful resource. And Dr. Ramani, we're going to watch a bit of Dr. Ramani because I love her. That. So what am I doing? Why am I over there? I'm all the way over there. That. You tell them, Taryn. Say, look, we're professionals here. We can't be having this kind of sound blowing at our earballs. No way. Hard no. So we are at uni. Yes. It's been a long time. I was supposed to go back into uni 2 years ago, 18 months ago, and I was enrolled in and was ready to start in a Bachelor of Criminology and Criminal Justice with a minor in psychology. Unfortunately, my life was all too hectic, and I just couldn't. I had to withdraw. Very devastating. I already have one undergraduate degree, communication studies, majoring in sound and radio production and presentation, and I have a year of graphic design. Haters. And I've done most of a Master of Business and most of a Master of Health Science, majoring in health service management. But I had to pull out of those 2, even with a high distinction average, because of finances. Couldn't afford to finish them. I was doing them at the same time, concurrently, two degrees at the same time, working full time, personal trainer, and getting high distinctions in them too, which is I don't know what your scoring is like in the States, but in Australia, high distinctions are the top. So okay, so I'm amazing. Well, thanks, Nick Tag. Hey girl. Hey, thanks for that like CPU Tommy's Angels love bomb last night in the stream. You guys, it was so lovely. It was beautiful. You're beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to pull up. Let me see. Wait. Let's do a little bit of reading. I don't know about that, man. It's nice to finally. Jesus fuck, Rach. It's nice to. So when I was doing my degree, my undergraduate degree, we were making podcasts, and I was hosting. Like I hosted the 5 till 7 on Wednesdays drive time program on our community radio in Newcastle in New South Wales. So I interviewed like politicians, comedians, actors, musicians, bands, public figures. I did music shows and I had my own punk music show. But there was no such thing then as podcasts. It was just on. I don't know. It was in its infancy, and then when podcasts started to come out and be popular, I was like, "Hey, I did this at uni. I'm not even using it." And it's been a few years since I realized about podcasts and realized that, hey, it's me. That's what I could do. So here we are. Still not doing podcasts, but we're doing this. So yay for finally, after 30 years, using. Putting my passion and my education and training to use. Okay, now share screen. Let's go and find an article here that. Thank you, Amber, for these. Here we go. This is interesting. Women who bully women. When women bully women, female body hatred a precursor to female bullying. So internalized misogyny, right? Female misogyny, women hating women, jealousy's a curse, isn't it? Isn't it? It really is. And like real talk, I guarantee you that a lot of the vile shit that's been going on about me for a lifetime, but in particularly in the last 5 or 6 weeks, is directly linked to my appearance, which is cute. Also directly linked, please do make degrees, Kirby, but I pride myself in being a high achiever. Directly linked also to my very open, frankness, like my transparency with my work history, my former profession of being a sex worker, and for the record, in Australia, sex work or prostitution or whatever you want to call it is legal. It is legal, so there's no issue there. Hi, Catherine, good to see you from Arizona. And my past of drug use. I think, well, I know the reason why the core element of why I started this channel was to debunk, destigmatize, and demystify, but mostly the destigmifying, the taboo subjects in society that I have direct lived experiences with. People make assumptions because they're scared of the other, xenophobia. People are unsure. I mean, you can't trust these hoes, right? People make assumptions, my family included, my entire family, and this is a form of bullying, turned their back on me when my very highly narcissistic, very abusive son's father told them all that I had been a sex worker. They all turned their back on me because of stigma. No, I'm an articulate, intelligent, pretty decent person. Before I was a sex worker, I had a career, a very successful career. I was highly educated, and life took me down. I had to make some decisions that ended up very quickly leading me to being a high-end escort sex worker. So I guarantee you that a lot of the hate that's coming my way is that fear that women have of the Scarlet Woman, right? She's going to take my man. Like, how dare she? Who does she think she is? Well, I'm just me, man. And that's in my past, and I'm not ashamed of it. So there's no doxing, for starters. Yeah, I'm an all-rounder. I am an all-rounder. I can do it. Give me a problem I can't solve timely manner. What haven't I done? Had a successful relationship with a man since my husband passed away in 2003. Yes. So that I guarantee you that a lot of this this vile shit that's coming from the girls is that because of what I look like and my work history, and just bitches being bitches. Anyway, let's read this. Hi, Buster. Buster emojis in the chat. Wait, where's this? What am I doing? Who knows? Oh my God, where is it? Fuck. I can't find it now. Jesus fuck, I got sidetracked. Give me a second. When women bully. Wait, this one. God damn. Okay, can I make that bigger? Probably not. Anyway, this is linked in the description box. Okay, so let me just skip through a little bit. Okay, let me see. Maybe I won't read this one. I should have checked. Okay. Body hatred and women verbally bullying one another are tied together. Culture stigmatizes women who do not meet traditional standards of beauty, and too often women use this unforgiving reality to harshly judge one another as a means to gain leverage and power. As a result, being treated as if something essential is missing from their nature, many operate with the belief that other women must also be deficient. Early in puberty, girls may begin to look at one another in an actually competitive and judgmental manner, right? I'm just going to take this comment off the screen and maybe I'll make this bigger. Hang on so you can see it better. Wait, and then I'll probably fuck shit up. Sorry, that's as big as it gets. Anyway, as I said, this is linked in the description box. By judging, fearing, and by turning on their own sex, women effectively self-sabotage their opportunity for strong female relationships and greater empowerment. A self-fulfilling prophecy manifests whereby a woman may begin to believe that most other women are untrustworthy. These women tend to catalogue this phenomena as more evidence to the nature of women and fail to consider the impact of their own actions. How women can protect themselves and their daughters from bullying, male and female, is a subject I explore in my book, Having Sex, Wanting Intimacy, not my book, her book, Why Women Settle for One-Sided Relationships. Okay, so the more girls and women can stay connected with their actual experiences and less with the rigid expectations of others, the greater their empathy and compassion to other women who may be bound by those same rigid expectations. Research shows that there is one clearly protective element in female development that is the power of strong female relationships, and can attest what a refreshing and I feel so validated at the moment to have a group of women around me who have always been there, but there was others, kind of in the way. Those others, the trash takes itself out, gone, miss me. And the women, the girls I have around me who are, I'm going to say, the best, most amazing women I've ever had around me in my life ever. And I did just write a song about that last night, and it's up in the playlist called Opalescence. And thank you, girls, ladies, friends. So, girls who are fearful of one another have fewer intimate female relationships, the very thing that can help them the most. So that I've just sort of paraphrased that, right? I didn't read all of it. That's there. It's interesting. And there's some links. Let me get another one, and then we'll watch a bit of Dr. Ramani. Let's share another screen. Wait, how are we going? I hate bullying. Same. Hey, Stan. Good to see you. It's patriarchy's fault, but we continue to drive it as women. Amen. Women are the worst. How many of us women actually have close friends that are women? Well, never really ever before. Some, like over the years, some. Right now, like I couldn't ask for a more amazing, genuine, supportive, kind, loving, non-judgmental group of women. There's some men in there too, good friends. But it's like it's so refreshing to finally. It just is. It's just amazing. Thanks, Sammy. Men are very tough on women's looks. Women pick us apart, feeding on what type of energy to cut us deep. Shorty's a smoke show. Thanks. Smoke, vape break. Sex work is sex work. Yes. Too much info. Why? Does that make you feel uncomfortable? Well, I'm sorry. But here in Camp Shorty, hometown hero, we have difficult conversations, and me trying to destigmatize and debunk some bullshit is exactly that comment right there. That's on you, with all respect. That nobody ever talks about these things is why people judge. People don't want to hear it. Well, okay, that's fine, but I'm going to say it. Maybe we can break down some walls and stop the bullshit. Stop the judgment of women. Sex work is sex work, okay? So sex work is real work. It's fucking hard work, and it's admirable work. No shame. I have no shame. Sex work is very dangerous work. And you know what's the most dangerous thing about sex work? The way it destroys your soul. Because I'm far behind in chat. Yikes, that was ages ago. Coming back, I have to scroll through. If you put something important in the chat that I'm missing, I'm sorry. I'll miss it because we went on my soapbox. We got you. Exactly. Thank you. Trash takes itself out. That's it. Hey, Mandy Joe's here. Thank you for looking at that. Mandy Joe, do you like the logoing and the branding? Thank you for your help, love. Oh, Patricia's been a member for 2 months. Hooray. Yay, I love you, girl. Keep your smirkle. Keep your smirkle. Keep your circle small and your privacy within your circle. Yes. However, me, not so much. Hey, Dave T, good to see you. I'm all about that telling it. I'm gonna use my voice. I have a voice and I will use it. Nah. I don't absorb any of it. That's the here, like, you know, that's what we're doing. We're going to educate. We're going to speak our truths. We're going to hopefully impart some information and education on people, all of us included, to see that women bullying women and some tactics they use, and we're going to get to that next, is a very real phenomenon. It's since time began, and it's very highly damaging. In this chat, we talk about real shit. Thank you. Some of us have given it away for free and feel worse. The problem on one's psyche of being a sex worker and is that you are just goods and chattel, and you have to, like, I was, you know, it's it can make you bitter and jaded. I'm not now. I think you all can see that I'm not hugely bitter and jaded, but I've done a lot of shadow work, a lot of introspection, a lot of work on myself to not be jaded and bitter. So, what else we got? Peace and one love. Yes. No. Please don't creep on Shorty. I mean, standard. No creeping. Right. Now, so that article is linked. Yes. Let me see. Who else we got? We got Dr. Ramani. So remind me, Shorty. Oh, well, that's not what I was looking for. Was it this one? How long is this? There's a longer one. This one. Okay. So, oh no, wait. Oh my God. Walk and talk, Shorties. Walk and talk. This one. What to do when a narcissist turns people against you. So let's just say Dr. Ramani is a specialist, and she's a clinical psychologist, and most of her channel, if you haven't been with us on this journey the last few nights, we've discovered Dr. Ramani. She has 1.84 million subscribers. She's so good. She mostly talks about narcissists, but they're the extreme end of things. We're kind of going with narcissists and assholes, right? So because narcissist at the moment is a little bit of an overused buzzwordy thing. I think maybe a lot of the people who are narcissist deniers are the narcissists, including psychologists and psychiatrists who don't acknowledge that there's such a thing as true narcissistic persons out there. That's because they're narcissists. Just my thoughts. Yeah, you can creep on me, Rach, Charlie. Creep hard, babe. There are so let's just say, let's call it narcissists and assholes are bullies, right? No, not all assholes are bullies, but all bullies are assholes. Same, you know. So not all assholes are narcissists, but all narcissists are assholes also. So let's just start to let's watch this. There's a little bit of stuff about familial bullying, but if you can not take it hugely literally, she's amazing. Follow Dr. Ramani. Look at that, Stream Elements. You're so good, Stream Elements. I'm so proud of you. In Australia, sex work, prostitution is legal. So just to be clear. Okay, so Dr. Ramani, as I said, there's not that much on women bullying women in terms of videos, but we can draw some parallels and notice and recognize some of the tactics that maybe bullies and the online shit that's been going on. I think maybe I might have X'd out or something. Wait, I just dropped an earbud out of me ear. Hang on. Una momento. I don't want the dogs to eat it. Hang Walk and talk, chat. Walk and talk. Oh, it's all right. We'll play this video. I feel like I might have accidentally X'd out of one video, and that's okay. So if anyone's been in a relationship with a narcissist or had a narcissistic boss, a family member, this next video, it's about 15 minutes long. There'll be things that ring true to you. So it's a bigger conversation than just bullying, but these things are all very relevant for yep, it's legal, Nina, because it's work, right? Share screen. Hide the comment. I'm so proud of Stream Elements. And Taryn. Actually, mostly proud of Taryn because she's the fucking tits. Okay, present. I know how to do this every fucking time. This one. Sorry, you don't need to hear that in the fucking microphone. Okay. So this is not, she's not directly speaking to bullying, but it's the same shit, right? Same shit.
Hi, everyone. It's Dr. Ramani. Welcome back. Today, I'm going to be talking about flying monkeys. I'll say more about that in a minute. Please hit the bell, subscribe. You hear not just about flying monkeys, but all the other videos we have coming up. Get notifications so you know they're always coming out and always be up to date on everything you ever wanted to know on narcissism and maybe some things you don't. So more specifically than flying monkeys, what I'm going to be taking on in this video is what to do when the narcissist in your life starts turning other people against you. So those of you who are embedded in this narcissistic world, you know the terminology. Flying monkeys is one of them.
So chat, we went over a little bit of flying. Sorry about the dirty pause, Dr. Ramani. Apologies, ma'am. She's Stan, Dr. Ramani. Very much love. So I, in my mind, I have a particular few narcissists that I'm thinking of here. The core trilogy of people that have led the charge on me. However, you could you may well, with your lived experiences, be reminded of a family member who did the same thing, or an ex-husband or an ex-wife, a friend group, someone you've worked with, a work colleague. So while she's talking about the separation of an intimate relationship, a traditional coupling of a man and a woman, or two women or two men, whatever, that it doesn't have to be specifically that. Open your mind a little bit to what she's saying.
Flying monkeys is when the narcissistic individual comes into your life, or is obviously already in.
Oh, wait, that's also what I was going to say. She did talk about flying monkeys briefly in our very first, I think, narcissist stream. Yes, it was. It was number 2 of the 4 things that narcissists will do when they feel powerless. And so, but this is relevant for the bullying thing because it's, we'll get there.
Your life and starts reaching in to the people who are important to you. Those could be your parents, your friends, your siblings, could even be coworkers or just other people in your network, and starts telling them really awful things about you in a hope of weakening your support structure and bringing those people over to the narcissist side of the street to support them. The most common way we often see sort of the flying monkey dynamic play out is, let's say 2 people are getting divorced. So as a result, because they're married, they know each other's extended families. And the narcissistic spouse will start talking to the other people in their spouse's world and start really saying terrible things about them, in hopes of turning all of those people. The narcissist is hoping to turn those people into their own allies, undercut the support of the other person, of the healthy person in the relationship, and then actually be able to stand even stronger against them. And this also, for the person who's on the other side of this, it fills them with even more self-doubt. They are already being gaslighted left and right in their narcissistic relationship, and now the people around them are doubting them even more. You might be wondering, how is a narcissist able to do this? How are they able to get in there and turn other people against you? Because narcissists are charming and charismatic and generous, and they know how to work a room. And trust me, they're going to know how to work the people around you. They can often cut a very sympathetic figure, talk about how hard they've been working on the relationship. But you know what? I got to tell you some terrible things about your sister, daughter, friend. They're really good at setting the tone. I need to talk to you about something. This is really, really hard to bring up. I need to tell you some things about your daughter that are going to be really uncomfortable to hear. And I hate to be the one to bring this to you. I really do. But I think it's so important you hear this. They are that good at a performance. They are that cruel, manipulative, and exploitative to try to get in there and spread this kind of stuff about you. They may take arguments you've had, things that have been said, and honestly, they might even fabricate full-on lies. For narcissists, they're singularly motivated by power. And how do you get power? By getting everyone over on your side. It's actually quite childish, right? These almost sound like elementary school playground games. If I can get everyone on my side, well then guess what? I guess you'll be the king of kickball. I don't know what it is, but it can start young. But for narcissists, they're still playing those elementary school games well into adulthood. It's a lot of it for them. What motivates them is the win. I'm going to win these people over. But then they get all kinds of secondary gain because now they feel like they have more power over you. So the question then becomes, what do you do if you find yourself in this kind of situation? We already know that narcissists do the whole flying monkey thing. We know all about why they do it. But the question is, what do you do? The first thing you've got to do is allow yourself to process the emotions involved. When people see that the narcissist in their life is turning other people against them, the people that were once close to them, by telling them terrible things about them, there's a lot of grief and there's a lot of hurt. You feel like you can't believe you're losing people around you. All of a sudden, people aren't taking your calls. They're not getting back to you. They're canceling things they were going to do. They start canceling events or other things they were going to do with you. There's one tale that I had been told of someone. This is a particular case of somebody who had a very narcissistic brother. And the brother just needed to be the most beloved person in the family. However, the non-narcissistic brother was actually a very kind soul. So the narcissistic brother basically started a smear campaign, and anybody he could get to sit down long enough started spreading horrific rumors and saying terrible things about the kind brother who didn't live close enough to have regular contact with these people. So the next time he showed up at some family event, he was actually very surprised at how cold and indifferent everyone was to him at that event. He couldn't make sense of it. And he started racking his brains, as many of us would, saying, what did I do? What did I say to these people? Why am I so mad? Did I forget something? Did someone
The bong noise is a sound bite in my soundboard, Rach.
die and I didn't pay condolences? Like, he was really confused. Several months down the road, someone in that social network was finally kind enough to say, hey, I just want to take you aside and let you know that your brother has been telling everybody X, Y, and Z. The kind brother was absolutely shocked at this.
On that note, there's some interesting adjacent stuff going on the Twitter that's actually got nothing to do with it's another smear campaign on me. The shorty derangement syndrome is very real, y'all, shorties. And it's coming from a male. And mark my words, my good friend Jason Broyles, aka Not Haley Walbrecht, is writing a hit piece on this person because at the same time all of this has been going on for weeks and weeks, courtesy of I believe 3 people, definitely 2, but I'm pretty sure 3, separate to that, another smear campaign. So it's contributing, it's pouring into that public opinion of me. Which is, reputation is hard to get back. And, having said that, it warms the cockles of my heart that I'm receiving emails and direct messages from people who, and even someone who came in tonight who said, I've heard about you and I've heard your name, but never seen you. I am getting lots of messages from people saying, I've heard bad stuff and I'm sorry I judged you. And then I've watched you on your live streams and I apologize. what they're saying isn't true. So that.
He's like, what? Now it makes more sense. When I talked to the various people in this story,
Wait, no.
what was very telling to me was, number one,
Let me clarify. Jason is the one who's about to expose this person, not the person doing it. Jason is a very good man. I'm having a chat with Jason after this live. No, it's another person. That's you'll recognize the YouTube handle and the Twitter handle when it all comes out. Yes.
it was actually really sad to me how
I think Jason's releasing that, or dropping that article, that hit piece, in the next 24 hours, is my understanding.
easily these people around
Vindication.
this person could be manipulated. How easily that this narcissist was able to go in there and almost trick them. There were a lot of reasons. These were all, complex family ties and everything. But the kind brother in the story was particularly devastated and didn't know what to do. He went through a period of grief and hurt because this was once a robust network that he'd pretty much grown up in. And now these people were literally turning their backs on him. Some of you may have gone through experiences like this person has. I'm going to come back to a story because some of it has to do with what do you do when you're in the situation. Some of this can really do real damage to you. It can do damage to you in your workplace, damage in your community, damage amongst other family members. Like, he can hurt you. It is amazing how narcissists don't think through the ramifications of their actions. Why would they? They don't have any empathy. But this can do real damage to people in these particular circumstances. So when I talked to this man, the kind brother versus the cruel brother, I said to him, do these people matter to you? And he said, yeah, they kind of do. And I said, then start reaching back in. Start talking to them. Don't go in and defend yourself. And don't go in and explain it all. And the last thing you want to do is go in there and say, my brother's a narcissist, da, 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 da. But just go back in there and be you, because they always liked you. It was your brother's words that turned them. And he did.
I don't know if they always like me,
And
but
what was
anyway,
interesting
is
as he talked to them and reached back in and they realized he was a lovely man, they thought, okay, and they kind of went back to a relationship and they looked at him a little confused. And he basically was able to say, you know what? I think that there's been stuff going on in our family. I'm sorry if you were told things, unfortunately, there's some conversations that are probably inappropriate happening. I'm so sorry that you were exposed to that. And these people then slowly but surely had to start building an opinion of this person again. But the people who were always able to see him as a good person came around pretty quickly. What was more devastating for this particular person is the people who didn't come around. And there were several of them. They bought hook, line, and sinker what that horrible narcissistic brother had told them. When the kind brother came and talked to me about it, I said, you know what? If they were that easy to lose, were they really worth keeping in the first place? I know that sounds easy to say because these were real losses for him. I mean, they're people he had known for decades. But the fact of the matter is, if somebody could be taken from you that easily, listening to one person's stories, it does make you wonder, how good was the connective tissue in that relationship? And more importantly, why didn't these people around you come and talk to you and say, hey, somebody's come up to me. Your husband came and said these terrible things about your sister, came and said these things about your mother. Whoever the narcissist in your life is, if they're going around and saying terrible things about you and doing a hatchet job, if those people cared about you, shouldn't they come talk to you? And the healthiest ones, and those you've had healthier relationships with, most likely will. And say, hey, I just heard something and it was pretty unsettling. Just like happened with that kind brother. The one good, strong person in his network was the one who approached him. She's a lovely person, and she was the one who was able to say, this isn't okay. And what was interesting, in subsequent weeks when he was in that group, other people did also come up and say, these things were said and it doesn't seem to add up. The good people in your midst will see what's happening. But for you, it is that sense of having to build yourself up when you didn't do anything wrong, which feels unjust, which feels painful, which feels uncomfortable, and which feels cruel. And there's something really unsettling at watching your relationships be tested. But who knows? Maybe in a really deep, twisted, dark, perverse way, that narcissist kind of did you a favor. If they were that able to quickly turn someone's head against you on the basis of their words, you've really got to reflect, what kind of relationship really was this in the first place? The guidance I give to anyone who's had this sort of flying monkey number done on them and are trying to rebuild after that is I tell them, go at it with grace. These people knew who you always were. Listen, people are vulnerable. And
I just saw
narcissists
69.
are very
It was
good
just 69.
at
I
playing
saw it
on
for
that
flash.
vulnerability. They're
69.
salespeople. They're
We need the 69
charming.
emoji.
They're charismatic. They're able to do it. But if you go forward with grace and sit with these people and say, I was informed that you were told some really awful things about me.
It's
And
70 now.
instead of
Boo.
saying, and they're not true, try this instead. Say to that person, I'm so sorry you were told those things, and I'm so sorry you were made to listen to those things. You know me very well. Does that sound consistent with who I am? The person's going to say, no, it doesn't. And say, I don't even want to get into why they would have said those things to you, but please know they're not true. And I'm always here for you to come to talk
Mandy,
to
never.
when somebody tells you these kinds of things. In many ways, if you want to disempower the darkness of a narcissist,
69.
the best way to do
69
it
right
is
now.
to bring in the light. Narcissistic individuals are motivated almost solely by insecurity, which is why they often do. They treat people like pawns on a chessboard to be moved around to win a game. And when they try to tell these terrible things to people around you to convert them, it's a game of chess to them. How many of those game pieces can they bring over to their side before they say checkmate? You can checkmate them first, though. You just be you. Listen, they may very well, the narcissistic person in your life may actually share with other people really inappropriate things that in your relationship that shouldn't be shared publicly. They may betray confidences. They may say things that you shouldn't have probably even shared with the narcissist in the first place. I mean, listen, we're not all angels, and it's quite possible that they may blow the top off of things that you may have said that could hurt other people. Perhaps you once told your narcissistic partner a family secret, and then that narcissist lets other people know you shared that family secret. Sadly, in some of those cases, the rupture may not always be fixable. You can try, and sometimes family members might even go into therapy together to see if they can. What's so difficult is many times by the time you detect, for example, that a partner is narcissistic, many, many, many years may have gone by. And in those many, many years, as people often do in marriages and long-term relationships, they share confidences and sometimes even family secrets. It's devastating to think that those family secrets could be taken out and used to hurt you down the line, but they may very well be.
Holly, that's very brave of you. That's so brave of you. There's so much shame around narcissistic abuse. We are gaslit by the people around us. I know my son's father was highly abusive, and I was going to court to have an intervention order, a restraining order put on him, and my family convinced me to not go to court because, Lisa, we can't see any proof, no evidence that, insert son's father's name here, has ever been violent or abusive towards you. The gaslighting is real. So it's so brave of you to say that out loud. But this community is the place where we're very proud to say people feel safe to share things they've never been able to say out loud before. And that's a really beautiful thing. And thank you for sharing, Holly. We're proud of you. And we hope you're okay now. Yes, Kathy Bean says, I left everything and everyone and moved to a whole new place, state, and started over again and found all of you. Thanks. Thank you. It's so lovely to have you all here. Sorry, Dr. Ramani, dirty pause. She has got a very expressive face, whoever said that, which makes it very hard to pause Dr. Ramani on just a gentle, She's all over the place, so I get all the dirty pauses.
If this happens to you, as I said, all you can do is attempt to fix the rupture. Get in there, talk to the other person. If you did share things maybe you shouldn't have shared, take responsibility for that and do your best. But I also tell people, if you are going through this, that the narcissist in your life has really harnessed the troops against you. It's incredibly destabilizing. It's one of the greatest examples of gaslighting you could ever imagine. And I highly, highly advise people often seek out therapy at that time, because you literally feel like the entire world is crashing in on you and you don't know what to do. Someone in your universe is going to have your back, much like the kind brother story I told you. There was a couple of people in his world that stepped forth and said, I heard something, and this simply cannot be true. And sometimes, if you did share a confidence with the narcissist and they decide to weaponize that secret you once shared with them, sometimes there's not a lot you can do except for cop to it, explain what happened, and again, hope for the best. Once again, the people who are willing to step away from you, sometimes the only thing you can realize is that if people were able to quit you that easily, maybe there wasn't a lot there to start with. However, this entire phenomenon of flying monkeys and of narcissists getting the people closest to you and telling them things to turn them against you can be one of the most horrific fallouts from a narcissistic relationship. Thanks again for tuning in. As always, please hit the bell, get notifications about more content, and also
Sorry, I just X'd out of it and I don't know, something. Oh my God, she's still talking in my ears. And I had so that's interesting. That actually was going to be the second video I played, and I knew I'd accidentally X'd out of something. So I found it because it's in the description box. If you would like to watch that again, as I said, it's in the description box. Hey Gigi. And also Dr. Ramani's channel link is there too. Go and subscribe to her. She has years worth of weekly videos. So good. So good. Okay. The next one, it's called Sinister Tactics. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to move this out of the way. Get that out of the way. That. Okay. So we might, we are professionals. Now I want to roller skate. Same. I've got a bike that I've ridden once. It's very cool. If I get roller skates, I'm not going to go roller skating. Let's be honest. I haven't even, whoa. I pressed the wrong button. Lol. Anyway, hey, wait. Let's do the next one. It's called Sinister Tactics Narcissists Use to Punish You. So again, this is a bigger picture than, we're talking bigger picture than just women bullying women. However, we can take what Dr. Ramani is, again, it's another Dr. Ramani video. We can take what Dr. Ramani is saying and translate it into our own lived experiences, whether that's with bullying, whether it's stuff that's happening now for you or in the past. Wait. Whether it's a relationship, a work, a boss, all the things, really, really helpful stuff. So educational. So we're not diagnosing anyone here. Remember, we're talking about narcissists or even just assholes, and they kind of use the same tactics. And bullying is a part of a punishment for whatever reason. Bullying is people ganging up on other people for whatever reason. And so these are some of the tactics. Let's watch.
With a narcissistic person who expresses their rage overtly is like living with things that could blow up at any time, and you never know how badly the explosion's going to be or when it'll go off.
Daisy, I love
this
that.
Can result in lifelong hypervigilance, being on edge. Let's talk a little bit about bullying, but more specific about when people are bullied in narcissistic family systems. This word bullying is an interesting one. Sort of our apocryphal take on what a bully is that surly, oversized kid at school who is waiting for you at the school gate or steals lunch money or puts really terrible stuff online or is otherwise a menace.
Actually, Amy, I think, the dark triad that we spoke about last night, the night before last, was about a cluster of personality traits. So narcissistic personality disorder is absolutely a personality disorder, but people can be not textbook narcissists, but use narcissistic tactics. So remember, this is, we're using Dr. Ramani's education and training and experience in clinical psychology to sort of open our minds up and see some patterns and some patterns of behavior that that maybe we have seen in our lives, or in stuff that's going on the internet lately, or in our past, in our family. It's all very relevant.
That torments one or more kids at school. And that's one version. And it's like I said, in the online world, this whole bullying thing has gone to a whole new level. But we know overall bullying goes much further. By definition, bullies go after vulnerable folks. Bullying is repetitive, and it is based on intimidation and coercion. Bullying can involve humiliation, mockery, physical threats, and it's always predicated on the bully going after someone who has less power than them. And that imbalance is sort of a central pillar of the concept of bullying. But we know that bullying doesn't just
Might
happen
speed her
on
up
a
just a little
schoolyard,
bit.
right? It can also happen in workplace settings. Workplace bullying is a very real thing, where a boss or even a more senior colleague bullies and intimidates less.
So again, Chad, I would have liked to play this one first, and unfortunately the professionalism of it all is that I accidentally got rid of this tab, and I'm like, hang on, I'm sure there's another one that's more specifically about bullying. Here it is.
Powered colleagues. And the less power those colleagues have, the more bullied they may be. Lots of people would say that their first experience with bullying was school. Clearly, the bullies, I have to say, probably aren't watching this channel, but by and large, that's when most people
They
were
might be
first
tonight,
bullied.
Dr. Ramani, but
However,
that's okay.
if you're from a narcissistic family system, I'm willing to hazard a guess that perhaps some of your first experiences with bullying may very well have happened within the confines of your family system. Families, narcissistic families, are sadly, they're set up for bullying like almost no other system, right? Children are vulnerable people. Parents, caregivers are more powerful people. That's sort of built into the system. Now, obviously, when a family is healthy and loving, there's no bullying. But that's not what's happening in the narcissistic family system. And some of this can also come down to siblings. Remember those family roles we always talk about: golden child, scapegoat, peacekeeper, fixer, invisible child, all of that. A lot of that can come down to who is being bullied. And by definition, the scapegoat is invariably the bullied one. Now, the primary way that bullying
Thanks, Laura.
can show up in narcissistic family systems is often called mobbing, or specifically something called family mobbing, whereby the family bully
Or YouTube
has what we call
mobbing.
either their flying monkeys, or at the very least their accomplices, who may not be directly involved in the bullying, but who support
Or
and
they might be.
reward and sort of cheer on the bully. Like I said, this could be literally cheering the bully on, or laughing about the harm that the bully is inflicting on the other person, to almost like building on the bully's power to pile on to the person already being bullied and magnifying their own senses of power, right? The co-mobbers, as it were, may or may not be bullies themselves. And in family systems, the sort of joining in on the bullying may also be a trauma-bonded form of survivalism to stay attached to or safe from the core bullier, who is often a parent or a caregiver, but it could also be an older sibling. And for those who were mobbing accomplices in a family system, but not bullies themselves and not narcissistic, down the road, they may experience shame and a sense of complicity that becomes their load to carry and work through. Now, family bullying makes family systems incredibly unsafe from the jump. And to be in a
not necessarily traditional nuclear families either. I mean, I know of a channel that likes to call themselves a family with the figurehead being dad. Interesting, huh? Put me on the spot, says Eric. I was a bully in school. 10 plus years later, the kid I bullied was a pro fighter wanting payback. I learned my lesson. Well, you know, there's always a way that we can evolve. Kids can be mean, yeah. And sometimes obviously you're all right, because you seem, I mean, your YouTube chat persona seems quite lovely, Eric. And then for you to be able to say that shows me that you probably are a decent person these days. Sorry, Dr. Ramani. God.
bullied family system can impede attachment, psychological safety, identity development, and sense of self. It can also, by extension, affect engagement in school, foster a sense of the bullied child being distracted. Basically, the child has now gotten the message:
that even the most fundamental structure, the family, is not safe. But family bullying doesn't stop in childhood. It can trail well into
Oh, hey, Jim Cox. Everybody loves a good Cox. Hi, Jim. Good to see you.
adulthood. And we often see a sort of organized psychological abuse and control that can pervade a person's life as long as they have contact with the bully, who
No,
may
Shelby.
no longer physically be as imposing, because you've grown up too, but will continue to bully through intimidation, humiliation, verbal aggression, and fostering a sense of isolation of the person they're bullying. While family bullying in a narcissistic family system can affect multiple, I mean, in this case, I'm using a victim just to keep things simple. I don't love the word, right? But multiple
Neither.
victims. It can do that, or it can all be focused on one scapegoated person in the family system. Some of this may come down to how large the family system is, more people to go after, the ages of the kids in the system, whether it's still like the biological parents, step parents, all of that, right? But in a narcissistic family system, and especially when the violence is not physical, but rather emotional or psychological or verbal, it can be more difficult to spot these bullying patterns. Hell, I have seen adult family systems bully family members through group text and social media. Power is power, and bullies need it no matter what, even if everyone's grown up and we're no longer talking about kids. Think about what bullying does to people.
Prince
We know
Lover.
that
I love
bullying
you, girl. You're a
saps
funny
people's
bitch.
sense of power in the world. It leaves people in a chronic state of fear. And the bullied person will try all sorts of workarounds to avoid the bully's wrath.
Absolutely,
But
Georgia.
because the bullying dynamic can often usurp or steal a person's autonomy, the bullied person often faces one of two extremes. They either desperately try to flee the system or they get imprisoned into it. There's really no middle ground. The fleeing the bullying system can be tricky because it can often mean a person throwing themselves into the world without being developmentally ready or having the resources or the preparation or the guidance. So the person fleeing one bullying system may enter new spaces in a very vulnerable way and be at risk for being preyed upon by new perpetrators. For example, let's say somebody flees the system and moves out too young with an older boyfriend or something. Or people get stuck because the bullying rhetoric sticks and you actually believe that you are all of the terrible things you were told. And then the bully has the bullying parent could have the adult child or whatever family.
Prince Lover, I feel you on that one. Prince Lover says, Laurie, I am always saying I hate you to myself. I used to be like that too, man. Yeah, where is Zach? Someone call out to Zach. Zach, we need you. We need Zach. I think, Prince Lover, you and I have spoken that you finding us, the shorties, Camp Shorty, has turned your life around, right? And that you have been a lot kinder to yourself since we've been friends. And I love that for you. And honestly, I think that maybe we might get you to a point, and you might get yourself to a point where you don't say that anymore and that you will love yourself. I still sometimes say, why am I like this? But I never ever say, oh, well, very rarely say to myself, I hate you, because I love myself now, because I'm just me. I'm the best version of me I can be, and I'm always getting better. And that's a beautiful thing. I love you, Prince Lover. Don't hate yourself.
Members involved forever sort of in their power and stuck. So this begs the question, are all bullies narcissistic? I mean, bullies likely take in, there's probably more territory here, but the vast majority are in that antagonistic world of narcissism, psychopathy, sociopathy, or a mix of antagonistic qualities. There are things like power-seeking, insecure, poorly regulated, impulsive, emotionally stunted, supply-seeking, lacking empathy, deeply entitled. You pour all those ingredients into a blender, you probably have a bully. And while all people with these characteristics don't bully,
let's
nearly
listen to
all
that again.
bullies have these apathy or, I mean, bullies likely take in, there's probably more territory here, but the vast majority are in that antagonistic world of narcissism, psychopathy, sociopathy, or a mix of antagonistic qualities. There are things like power-seeking, insecure, poorly regulated, impulsive, emotionally stunted, supply-seeking, lacking empathy, deeply entitled. You pour all those ingredients into a blender, you probably have a bully.
Emotionally stunted. Dr. Calamity Jan used that phrase, that term in a comment on one of on a community post I did recently, and it's very true. Emotionally stunted people who don't have emotional intelligence or sophistication, who are kind of stuck in this very childlike, the inner child inside, right? And it manifests in these behaviors.
And while all people with these characteristics don't bully, nearly all bullies have these characteristics. When we talk about school or workplace bullying, most of us are on the same page
Hi,
about the
Brit.
different ways it
Mwah,
looks.
I love you.
But we
Beautiful
less so
girl.
use this languaging in families, where we may be more likely to soft pedal with the idea that, well, families are all different, or this might be how some families are, or maybe that's just a stern disciplinarian parent, or maybe it's cultural, or maybe everyone's just roughhousing, and maybe that's how siblings talk. Actually, no. And because
Hi, Sally Unicorn. Good to see you. We missed you last night. You weren't here.
family bullying tends to occur in the child who's still developing and developing a sense of self, of self-worth, of attachment, it can upend these crucial developmental processes. In a family, bullying could be viewed as a sort of place of where coercive behavior meets narcissistic abuse, but it's long-term and severe. I personally think coercive control is a more structured terminology for what in essence is relationship bullying.
There it is, another zinger from Dr. Ramani. Vixie Blaze says, mine was nobody loves you, everybody hates you. Same girl. When literally nobody loved me. Like there was a time in my life when nobody loved me. Nobody. I don't feel that way at all anymore. But it was a very real thing for me. I had nobody. So it was easy to then put that into my self-talk, and very easy also then to believe that it was all my fault. I mean, I'm not faultless, I'm not blameless in the way my life has, we all have to take accountability for things that happen, but we can try to remember that you are loved, we're all loved, and here in this community everybody is loved, everybody. Catherine says, I'm so tired of people saying that I am dumb. Well, I'm sorry that people say that. I get zero dumb vibes from you. And, usually that's projection. That's just people trying to be mean. People being mean to make themselves feel better. And I'm so sorry. That's awful. And here you have your people, Catherine. Catherine from Arizona. Here, we are here. You are worthy. You are loved. You are seen. You are appreciated.
Where a person is chronically intimidated and humiliated and lives in fear of the menace held by the bullier or the narcissistic person or the coercer. Many of us have been bullied at various times in our lives. I own mine. When I was younger in school, throughout my K to 12, I was bullied. And the big takeaways I got from being chronically bullied was, I don't fit in anywhere. It's my fault. I wish I was cooler, prettier. I wish I was like the other kids. And the workarounds I had as a child were to hide, try not to attract attention to myself, leave school quickly before the bullies could catch up to me, walk home different ways so that they couldn't find me. And the physiological fallout for me as a child was everything from bedwetting to nightmares to solitude. So it very much fits a post-traumatic profile, in this case for a child. And the taking of responsibility, which I took onto myself, it's my fault for not being more socially skilled, similar to narcissistic abuse, and the sense of social exclusion can also connect to what happens to people who are being bullied in families. Social exclusion from peers is bad enough, but to have that impending sense of social exclusion in a family system feels like the stuff of terrifying children's stories of being put out into a cold and scary world on a cold and scary night. And that is the fear that bullied children live with, that
Good,
your
Laura.
fate is
No
tenuous
more.
within that bullying family system. I also remember a story back to middle school. It wasn't me being bullied. There was a terrible bully in the middle school. Even his mother was a bully. And he had lots of other boys who were part of his system, and they participated in the mobbing, right? The school was absolutely worthless in its responses. It was the damn 1970s. So it was like lawlessness and anarchy. And there was a boy in one of my classes who was a little bit odd, but he was smart. He was also quite tall.
Love you.
But kids went after him
Thank you for being
a lot.
here.
And that
Thank you for the
particular
coffees.
year was better than average for me because I wasn't experiencing as much bullying.
Wait, I shouldn't talk over the top of Dr. Ramani. Disrespectful, and it makes it hard for you to hear either of us. Bye, Holly. Thank you for being here. Catch the rest of the replay if you can. See you tomorrow night, because 16 nights of shorty, we still have not reached that threshold. We're not maxed out yet. We'll do the second night of the pre-trial motions hearings tomorrow night from the Karen Reid trial. So we're back to more trashing Bev and Lally and less of some serious shadow work and self-reflection and trigger shit.
My classes, who was a little bit odd, but he was smart. He was also quite tall, but kids went after him a lot. And that particular year was better than average for me because I wasn't experiencing as much bullying. But that really awful bully boy, he was not academically gifted, but he would taunt this boy who was in my class. One day, the boy in my class who was taunted.
Can I just say, I love how articulate Dr. Ramani is. She must be so intelligent. Her phraseology, oh my goodness, and her tact. She said he wasn't emotionally gifted, intellectually gifted. Well, I love her. I love her so much. We can all learn a lot from Dr. Ramani, if only just to choose the right words, because words matter.
Yelled.
And bullies know that words matter too. That's why they use the words they do, Catherine. That's why people will use the word dumb for you. Because they know it hurts. It's a very hurtful thing to say. Words matter. Choose your words.
Let the bully to stop. And the bully escalated and said he would see him after school right outside the school grounds for a fight. And the boy who was taunted, the bullied boy, agreed to it. I can still evoke the feelings from that day. What I was thinking about is like, yeesh. And I was terrified for the bullied boy. And the night before their proclaimed fight, I couldn't sleep. And I wasn't even friends with the kid that was going to get beaten up. Systems that permit bullying to happen harm everyone in them. The bully, though, actually disappeared from our school system. I think he went on to a different school, but I read
Yes, Debbie.
years down the road. Bullied people typically blame themselves. They don't blame the system. And kids in particular don't have that luxury. And our survival need to maintain attachment means that we're going to come for ourselves quicker than we are willing to recognize that the system is effed. School.
Prince Lover, that your son and your husband love you dearly, and never once ever have I thought you were dumb. The opposite. I think you're beautifully insightful, smart, switched on, articulate, friendly, kind, inclusive, passionate. You're all of those things and more, Prince Lover. So I want you to start believing those things.
Schools still are not doing great with this, and social media and online abuse have created a terrible and problematic new paradigm for whatever the new equivalent is for waiting at the school fence. But we also don't like the destabilization that happens from having to recognize that systems like schools or systems like families are broken. But for those of you who felt you were bullied by a family and wonder if that is a thing or that you still are, it is a thing.
Get a drink of water, Dr. Ramani.
Very close to chronic coercive control. And the harms, especially when it is within systems we are supposed to trust, like families, are significant. I think a lot of us understand one-on-one bullying quite well. It's a lot harder to get our heads around the idea that an entire system can be bullying.
Yes. Oh my God, I just wanted her to get a drink of water. Poor Dr. Ramani. I feel her pain. Hi, Savvy. Good to see you. I've come over from seeing you at Aussie Insider. I really like these constructive conversations. Well, welcome, Savvy. Take a seat. We're doing some learning, some self-reflection, some drawing parallels with things we've experienced or seen in our lifetimes, or perhaps even things we've participated in that maybe we can learn to do better. That's all of us.
So back to the two forms of rage. There's overt aggression, rage, or anger. That shows up as yelling, screaming, throwing things, perhaps even physical violence. It is unmistakable and it is unsettling. If you, for example, grew up with a narcissistic parent, the overt rage may be something that still affects you. And when you are in the presence of rage and anger as an adult, that encoded and held response in your body,
I love that, Just
can
Irish.
mean that being around angry people, especially ones who yell, doesn't work.
Did I see Styling?
The overt aggression
There we go.
can show up in intimate relationships in a wide variety of ways. And over time, just the anticipation of the rage and anger are enough to keep a partner in line with people walking on eggshells and holding back on doing or saying anything. And overt aggression, or the threat of it, is often a dynamic that's observed in relationships with malignant narcissistic folks. And it's sort of a clear dynamic. It's sort of the central kind of dynamic in coercively
Heaps of Aussies today.
controlling
Heaps.
relationships. Narcissistic bosses
Wait, pause. Narcissistic bosses, narcissists in general. There are a lot of Aussies in chat tonight. I feel like actually in chat there's a lot more people watching. And hi, good to see you. Well, I can't see you, but you can see me. Hope you're learning something out there. So many Aussies. Look at us. I love that. Thank you for being here, everybody. Whether you're in the States, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in the UK,
may be overly
Any-
rageful, yelling and screaming at people in the workplace. And we've all heard the apocryphal stories or survived them of the raging, humiliating boss, or the boss that throws the laptop or the phone or the this and breaks the door and all of that. Narcissistic people are often too clever and too concerned with what people think of them to express or show their rage overtly. And instead, we will see that their rage and anger will often show up when we are alone with them. That can mean that you are living in two realities: the abusive one that few see, and the more charming or at least restrained ones that others see. Overt narcissistic rage and anger are set off in the way that all narcissistic rage is set off, through what we call an ego injury. And that ego injury could be because they were frustrated, because they were disappointed, because someone didn't read.
This is important. Ego injury, butt hurt. People get butt hurt. How do they respond, or how do they react? Well, again, we can draw some parallels here and take note what Dr. Ramani is talking about now.
Their mind because someone was getting something better than them. So, for example, someone else got the promotion they wanted or bought the car that they wanted to get. Even a passing critique
Awesome, Aussies.
can be enough to create an ego injury. So that means that living with a narcissistic person who expresses their rage overtly is like.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I know you've been up for a very long time and have been in transit today on flights and stuff. So thank you for being here. Love you and have a good sleep. I hope you have a restful, sweet, dream-filled sleep with no flying monkeys in your sleep. I had a dream last night. Well, wait, sidebar. I had a dream. Sorry, Dr. Ramani, dirty pause. I had a dream last night I was awake from 3 always. Usually 3 or 1, same. It's love. I love stress. And I had a dream when I went back to sleep at about 5:30 till 6:30. And Poppy, my dog Poppy, had a baby crow perched on her haunches, and Poppy was walking through the house and the baby crow was on her haunches. And then we got to the front of the house, of the unit, and then the dream moved on. I'm going to look into that because I feel like baby crows, there's some symbolism there, because dreams are very symbolic. It's your subconscious telling you things that your brain hasn't quite got there yet with. So park it.
Living with things that could blow up at any time, and you never know how badly the explosion is going to be or when it'll go off. And this can result in lifelong hypervigilance, being on edge, and this what we call hyperarousal and chronic anxiety that can stay with you for a lifetime.
Aussie.
Passive aggression. While the overt aggression and rage are something we are more likely to see in malignant narcissistic folks,
Steph, I'll post them this week.
Some grandiose folks, the passive aggression is the mothership of the vulnerable narcissistic folks. The passive aggression is typically expressed as withdrawing,
Where's Nick Francis?
One-word answers.
There he is.
Through other people, things like you're sitting right there, but then they'll say, "Tell your mother that I need the car keys," that kind of thing. There may also be full-on silent treatment, as well as other passive-aggressive barbs thrown in. This could be things like them doing something so sloppily that you're like, you either end up doing it yourself and don't ask them to do it again because it was such a mess. They'll pretend that they didn't get a message and then not doing something that you were counting on them to do, thus leaving you in the lurch. Other little digs would be things like,
Taryn, this is what I was saying to you yesterday about the passive aggressive dragging of the heels of someone, none of you people, of the pedo pirate in helping me. Very happy to do the things that he wanted to do. Not so forthcoming to assist in other things, which is absolutely a form of control. And it did my head in. Like, not that I did need his help, and he offered the help, but then he wouldn't actually come through with the help on certain things. Only the things that made him look good and that served a purpose for him. Interesting.
"Oh, I saw that you got the groceries and you actually remember the coffee this time that I like." Well, there's a surprise. or they'll procrastinate on things that matter to you. And by procrastinating, that creates a mess and a world of headaches for you. Or they'll complain about a third party, but actually it reflects something you're doing. Like, oh gosh, I can't believe she does that. And yet it's something you do. It's exhausting. It's
Hi,
not
Mandy.
scary, but it's exhausting.
Hi, Mandy. It's good to see you. Thank you for your super chat. Hi, all. I've been hurt by Mean Girls. Yes, Mandy and I actually did on Mandy's channel, and please go and subscribe to Mandy. She just hit 2,000 subscribers recently, and rising seas lift all ships. Mandy and I had a conversation about 2 months ago, Mandy, about bullying and stuff. And Mandy said a lot of great resources. It's just vile, the stuff that women can be particularly noxious and toxic and vile. But go over and watch that live that video. It's there, and here we're adding to that conversation. But Dr. Ramani is talking about passive aggressive stuff and how it's not as overt, obviously, as the malignant or the grandiose narcissist or the violent, physically violent or overtly rageful narcissist. The passive aggressive stuff is death by 1,000 cuts. I was listening to this on the way home from buying new vapes yesterday, and it was very much hitting home.
Passive aggression can be a part of the larger victim complex that characterizes so much of vulnerable narcissism. Anger is a universal experience in these relationships. But these two forms of anger can have very different effects on us. Let's start with the overt aggression. This is the stuff that can wreck
Colors. Is
your
Colors
nervous
here?
system.
Hi, Colors.
The range
I love
of
you.
effects can be the stuff we see in PTSD, such as hypervigilance, avoidance. You may find yourself living in a chronic state of tension, not sleeping well, even having nightmares.
My brain told me it was a crow. So I feel like my subconscious was telling me it was a crow. It was only small. It was all black. It felt like a crow. I mean, I trust my subconscious, and I trust my dream state. My dreams have always been bang on. I remember mostly all of my dreams for years and years and years and years and years. It is really good to see some decent content on this platform from Australia. Well, thank you. Doing my best. I have been called recently an irresponsible creator. The accuser wasn't able to give me any actual examples of said irresponsibility. So fingers crossed, I'm doing okay.
You feel a sense of dread at going home, dread of having to tell them something or ask them something. You may find yourself flinching or having hyperarousal symptoms like an accelerated heart rate or shortness of breath when you are around a rager, even if it's not the original narcissistic rager. Now, the passive aggression does something different to us. Not maybe, in some cases, yes, but we may not see as much of the intense arousal and physiological reactions. However, as I said, for folks for whom abandonment, for example, is a core wound, the passive aggression and the withdrawing and withholding and silence can bring up those old feelings that can be felt as panic and wanting to fix it and make it normal. This can be compounded if there are children or other people around, and it is why people get so stuck in relationships with vulnerable narcissistic folks.
Hi, Lady V, welcome. Thank you for being here. I love when word of mouth brings people to our community. Take a seat. This is an amazing bunch of people. We have a kind, supportive, fun, informed, empathic, loving, feral, professional community here. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Folks, because you are often just giving in to make the silent and withholding patterns stop. The other reaction here, especially if the abandonment is not so triggering, is that of exhaustion.
Sorry, crow talk. It's like Vegemite, only more crowy, less Vegemite. It was definitely it was like a teenager, like it wasn't full size. It was about this size. So it was a baby crow. I feel like that's important. Yikes. Why would you dream about a crow on the back of a black dog? Poppy's all black, by the way.
And depletion. Again, we get back to that dread, but now the dread isn't the fear of unpredictable anger, but rather the dread of the heaviness, the little digs, the proverbial death by 1,000 cuts that often goes alongside the passive aggression.
Hi,
It is
Cheryl.
exhausting to have to navigate the landmines of
Hi,
having to do
Les.
things
Good
twice
to see
because
you.
the passive aggressor did them so poorly in the first place, and then plays victim if you point it out. In fact, plays victim if you point anything out. So there is no hope of communication or growth. It's just a horrible spiral of them behaving
Okay.
petulantly, sullenly, and like a spoiled child, and you feeling silenced because you just can't listen to the whole victimized rant again. And then
This is Dr. Ramani. Dr. Ramani, we have recently, well, some of us have been watching Dr. Ramani on YouTube for years or months. Me and Amber and a few other, Taryn, we've only just recently discovered Dr. Ramani. She has, the link to her channel is in the description box of this video, of this live. She is a clinical psychologist with 1.64 million subscribers. She is chef's kiss on point with things. She specializes in narcissists, and all things to do with that. So the link to this video and the others we've been watching are in the description box. Also, all of the articles and research papers that I have been supplied by my amazing team, my beautiful friends, my moderators, Stephanie and Amber, particularly for those resources. Thank you.
over time, you have to be the only grown-up in the relationship. Passive aggression is particularly atrocious for children who don't understand why a parent withdraws.
Yes, thank
or
you,
gives them the
Ducky.
silent
Thank you,
treatment.
Margaret.
And it can be
I love
quite
you.
scary with children blaming themselves and, in essence, being sort of taught, being prepared to behave exactly the way the parent wants, because the child is trying to avoid the parent abandoning them, and they're inducing
Yes,
guilt.
Vixie.
The parent saying things like, well, everyone else has such easy children. Why are you so difficult? One of these, with the passive aggressive versus the overt aggressive, I don't believe that one is easier than the other. And frankly, most narcissistic relationships have both forms of anger housed in them. These two forms of anger may affect us all a little differently depending on our histories.
Hi, what the
with
duck.
the
Good to
folks who are
see you.
enduring the chronic bouts of overt rage, feeling more rattled and then ultimately desensitized by the emotional violence of the relationship, while the folks in the passive aggressive relationships may feel more depleted and wrung out and maybe even depressed, because ultimately you may be avoiding the menace of brutal anger in your face, but the ongoing whining and victimhood is what you're experiencing, and it makes it too difficult to ask them to do anything. However, most narcissistic relationships favor one type of anger over the other. And if you have more than one of these relationships, you may find that you are having different experiences in these relationships, and the different ways of expressing.
I probably should have waited. I'm going to cry. Whew. Laurie Marie says, hi, Lady V. I'm fairly new here too, perhaps only a few months, but this is the most welcoming community I've found on YouTube. I feel free to speak and share here, and I hope you do too. Chat. I love you all so much. Thank you, Laurie. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm so glad that people feel comfortable here. That's what we want. This is a safe space, always. And hi, Joyful, my ex. Same girl. Oh boy. Same. It's just same, friend.
Rage may
Rage.
be part of why this is happening. Whatever it is, passive aggressive rage, overt rage, any rage, it is not good for your health. So let's talk about the anatomy
Thanks,
of a smear
Leslie.
campaign.
Okay, wait.
If you have been through a narcissistic relationship,
So stick a fucking pin in the chat. Sorry, new people. I swear a bit. I do swear a little bit. And we've got emojis and we you can curse. You can use your all caps. That's something important. If you are someone who loves the all caps, hi, it's me. You can caps lock the shit out of it and type to your heart's desire. It doesn't distract me. It doesn't annoy me. It doesn't make me feel like you're yelling. I am here for the all caps. Let them free. Just make sure that you turn off your caps lock after you leave this chat, because most other creators won't appreciate it, and lots of mods don't either. It's not easy. No, life. Back to the crow talk. Thank you, Britt. Crows symbolize prophecy, transformations, change, and freedom. Oh. It also symbolizes a strong personality. Yep, that's about right. Sorry. Okay, so wait. Sit, guys. Irresponsible creator. Yikes. She cries on stream all the time. Smear campaigns. So this is very important to me personally. And if you've been on the Twitters, if you've been in the YouTube streets in certain chats, this is what has been going on about me. It's a whole backstory, and if you're not sure, we'll catch you up in the Discord or watch my, I don't know, listen to my music playlist. It's a whole thing. It tells a whole story. This here, at the hand of, to my mind, 3 key people, one of whom is now, at the moment, not in the community, ostracized, fair, ostracism, fair, being exposed as being a registered sex offender, online luring of children. Yes, what I thought was my ex-boyfriend, but anyway, that wasn't that. It was a catfish. He's a predator. He's gone for now. Stick a pin in it. I have a feeling the certain community is going to let him back. I estimate by New Year's Day. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Like, shame on you if that happens. And 2 other people. And actually, there's an adjacent person who's also running a separate smear campaign about me, which Jason Broyles is about to expose with receipts in the next day or so. This is important. So if any of you, and lurkers, hi, 93 of you watching, not 93 in the chat, so hi, thank you for being here. It's no shame on mostly all of the people that have been involved in being the flying monkeys sent out to spread the word of this forced narrative, this smear campaign. I get it. Adam drives Helen, Lampart Radio, Adam Levi Boyd. It was a very persuasive manipulator, a predator who came into our community and did his evil deeds for whatever reason. We'll get to that. This is what's been going on. Reputation is very hard to get back. And I can only say to all of you who are here and those of you who are choosing to not take on board the things that are being said about me, thank you. I'll let you make up your own mind. Let's have Dr. Ramani explain to us the devastation that a smear campaign can have on someone's reputation, on their sense of well-being, their mental health, their entire life, and maybe take pause. Some of you who have bought into this, to accept that if you set your ego aside, if you set your pride aside and realize that it's no shame to admit that you were conned and manipulated by a master manipulator, someone who uses online forums to get into people's psyche, use their vulnerabilities against them for their own means, their own ends. We all were victims of that, all of us. If you don't know, just listen and learn. Set your pride aside, do some introspection, reverse engineer from where we are now to where it all started. Think about what you know about me, what you experienced with me versus what you were told about me. And if it doesn't quite align, then maybe there's something there, right? Okay, let's keep going.
Especially more than one, then the odds are that you have likely been through a smear campaign.
And hi, Suze.
And many people will say that the smear campaign was as harmful, if not more so, than the relationship. Smear campaigns can show up in different ways. Some smear campaigns may be part of what's happening in the workplace. Some involve family, some your mutual friends, and some take in all of it. But all smear campaigns are designed and result in harm to your reputation. And you may feel you simply can never get ahead of it, and they can change your life. So let's look at the essential ingredients and framework of a smear campaign. So first, almost inevitably, a smear campaign involves a narcissistic or very manipulative antagonistic person. Smear campaigns are the tool of a vindictive, vengeful, insecure, controlling, obsessive, manipulative, entitled, emotionally immature person.
See?
It's a way for them to control the narrative and punish another person. Can people who are not narcissistic engage in smear campaigns? Of course, but I would put heavy odds in favor of, if you are going through a smear campaign, that the person who is engaged in it has got some sort of narcissistic vibe. Second element is that the narcissistic person, or the smear campaigner, as it were, engaged in the smear campaign because they feel wronged in some way. Narcissistic people play the eternal victim, and they live their lives as though they are being persecuted all the time. So as a result, if
It absolutely is,
anything leaves
Leslie.
them feeling as though they are not being
pause. It's going to only get worse before it gets better. Dr. Ramani speaks to this in his section on smear campaigns. This could go on for years. I'm not joking. So all I can do is maintain my own consistency, be true to myself, be the authentic person that you here have come to know, and, like, dare I say, love. Like, I'm just going to do me. That's all I can do. And anyway, carry on.
treated.
But yes, it is very much still going on. It's getting worse and worse because I'm not. This is as much as of a response as I'll give to those people. And shame on you, people. Shame on you.
The way they believe they should be treated, or if they feel that they are losing control of the narrative or the relationship or the situation. All of these are catalysts for a smear campaign. The most common stimuli that set off a smear campaign include: you may end a relationship with them, or
Plenty of them,
you
mate.
quit a
Yeah, talk
job
to you.
with them, or you end a business partnership with them, or you distance yourself from them, and they do not want that to happen. Obviously, other things can set them off, but in general, smear campaigns
Hi, Pepper.
begin because the narcissistic person feels wronged, and they are going to punish you. Narcissistic people are often self-righteous enough to believe that above all else, they are in the right, and will literally frame it as though it is their moral duty to inform people of what a bad person you are. The third is that smear campaigns and smear campaigners are obsessive. When a narcissistic person is wronged, they become obsessed. The revenge fantasies and the vindictiveness literally overtake them, and they can't let.
And chat, we saw that, didn't we? Were you in chats all over the tubes while Adam Levi Boyd, online predator, registered sex offender, and his cronies, the other two, and the flying monkeys? Were you in chats everywhere and seeing the obsessive compulsive drive to change the narrative about me? Wild, compulsive, like, to the point of, like, sir, check yourself. What this is that? To be honest, the only reason that we found out, two of my very close friends, in concert with talking to me about this, was so disproportionate. This response, this reaction to me immediately after he blindsided me and severed all ties, didn't make sense for just a breakup, particularly because I didn't dump him. He dumped me. So had he just gone on with, oh, she's crazy, she's a bitch, whatever, people would have just gone, yeah, she's a bitch. People would have chosen their sides and we would have been done with it. But that's not what happened. And so it was the disproportionate, reactionary, like, wildness of it all that actually was his undoing, because, you reap what you sow, Adam.
Let it go. Even when other people around them may
And
tell them,
suck
like,
it.
dude, it's enough. Like,
Suck
let it go. It's over.
Suck
It's
it.
not that big a deal. The egotistical
sorry.
nature of narcissism is that they cannot stand the idea that someone got something over on them. So, for example, let's say you're going through a divorce with them and the settlement is not what they wanted it to be. They will lose their minds. And it really does become a vendetta. In a way, a smear campaign is a narcissistic person launching the worst punishment that they can think of, which is to ruin someone's reputation, because narcissistic people care so desperately about what people think of them. It can feel like the ultimate revenge for them to bring someone down in this way. A narcissistic person looking for revenge doesn't relent. And I know this may bum some of you out, but these smear campaigns can last
Hi, Scott.
a long
see you.
time, like years in some cases. And people will wonder why the narcissistic person doesn't lose steam. Obviously, some narcissistic folks or some smear campaigners may lose interest, maybe once they find new supply. But there is a certain point where the vengeance and the vindictiveness turn into a sort of gratification that they can still keep messing with you. even when they moved on into new things. This is an important point because it allows you to be prepared that the narcissistic person will even accuse you of engaging in a smear campaign. If, for example, let's say you choose to talk to one close person in your world about your
It's the Darvo thing, right? It's Darvo. They're deflecting and it's all projection. It's all projection. Pepper, goodness gracious, I just spent 4 hours with engine failure on the Mass Pike. What I do for my kids. Just got back to New Hampshire. I'm glad you got back safely. That must have been fucking freezing. Are you okay? Are you tired? Have you got a drink or a smoke or something just to chillax a bit? Welcome. Thank you for being here.
breakup and they come to find out you did. However, one conversation with a friend or someone close to you to help you cope is not the same
Thanks, Leona.
as the obsessive full-scale campaign of the narcissistic person. Fourth, smear campaigns are about speed. The narcissistic person will very quickly try to get to other people first. And that's not to say that you were trying to get to anyone or trying to engage in any kind of smear campaign, but that the narcissistic person will start talking to people about you and about what happened before you even get the chance to tell other people that, for example, maybe your relationship ended or you quit the job. The smear campaigner will also start with soft targets, enablers, the most manipulatable people in your midst, people who may have already had a soft spot for them, who are more naive, who are more suggestible. If this was an election, what you would argue?
Jason Broyles has his plate full to overflowing. He has got so much on the go. But I'm speaking to Jason and I speak all the time. He is in the process of finishing another video, ducking Margaret. He's highly aware that people are waiting with bated breath, pun intended, to see what else is next from Jason. But he is like he's got so many people in his DMs. Not least of all, me and him in mind, like trying to work out the shit that's going on beyond the shit that's going on. And that's just me, one person. Jason is a good man, and patience with Jason. He will get there with his content.
Is that the smear campaigner would start with their base. And that sort of creates a community that they have now started to populate with these accusations about you. At this point, you may even get calls or inquiries asking you if these things are true.
Yes.
Or
yes,
you may
Abby, yes.
even find that people are pulling away from you and you don't understand why, because they don't tell you. The fifth thing that we see in a smear campaign is that the smear campaigner will make plausible accusations. The fact is, none of us are perfect. And this really matters if this is a longer relationship. And because narcissistic people are actually quite astute in their study of people, and especially the vulnerabilities and weaknesses of people who are close to them, and how the people in their life relate to other people, they may know exactly what to say to each of the different people in a smear campaign. So they may tell a friend, for example, let's say this is a friend you've always had a friendly rivalry with. They may tell the friend that you often put that friend down and that it actually wasn't such a friendly rivalry. So the things that they're saying about you to these other people aren't from left field. And as a result, the people hearing them may sort of hold on to the idea that there's a certain believability. The sixth thing is that the narcissist, as part of the smear campaign, will share things you told them in confidence, especially if this was.
You know what, Morsey, thank you. What I've got at the moment is when the notifications are going wild on X, I just mute the notifications. I don't go and scroll on X. I never do. I don't scroll. I mute the accounts that are most vile and vitriolic. I have probably interacted or engaged with those people maybe 10 times at most in the last week and a half, and it's always in a calm, rational, objective, critical thinking manner. I ask them to clarify the raging bullshit they're talking about, and they can't. So then I just mute them and move on. It doesn't touch me. It's interesting. I find it interesting, and I have many tactics that I use, or management. I manage it by way of not scrolling, not looking, not engaging, and that works very well for me. It's very easy to be drawn into the baiting, and the best way to not be baited by those people is to just mute them so you don't see what they're saying, and they don't get the pleasure or the satisfaction of saying, "See, she blocked me," because I don't care. I look at my stuff. I don't care. I'm not doing anything to hide. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not hiding anything. There's nothing to hide. So the trash takes itself out. They'll move on eventually, maybe. think there's more going on though. I don't think it's just angry people. It feels like it's a planned operative. It's a smear campaign.
Is a close relationship and a long relationship, you may have shared opinions with them about people that you never wanted shared with those people. And they will use those as part of their arsenal in the smear campaign. Again, the narcissistic person moves fast.
No, we win, Lady V,
they're
or we
getting to
win.
people
We're winning.
early. So even if you slowly over time get to the point that you talk to these people, well, the well has already been poisoned, because it's quite likely that these people have heard that you said terrible things about them. And listen, it may not even be that the narcissistic person shares confidential stuff. They just may make stuff up. Now, the narcissistic smear campaign is not just the narcissistic person saying outlandish things.
Kim O'Brien, this is for me personally. We're speaking about like this. Obviously, I have a personal motivation, I guess, to stream this series on narcissists and flying monkeys and assholes. This is far more than drama. This is far more than drama. This is a planned smear campaign being run by a select group of people, employing flying monkeys to do their dirty work, even after the pedo pirate has left the building, ostensibly. I think he's still in the building. I have a feeling he's still in constant contact with those other two key players, at least, and others. This isn't just drama. And people who are seeing it as drama, it looks like drama. It's being made to look like drama. It's not drama. It's disgusting. It's despicable behavior, and that's why I'm shining a light on the fact that these are researched and documented tactics used by narcissists and assholes in attacking narcissistic abuse, attacking based on perceived slights. This is a very educational series. I've got 2 already in the playlist. This is our 3rd. There will be more. So yeah, way more than drama. Sorry, I don't mean to go at you, Kim. I'm sorry. I've heard that a lot, and it's made to look like drama. So it's beyond that. This is very damaging stuff for me personally. Luckily, I have a set of tools to be able to not absorb any of it. So it's not working. Whatever they're trying to do, my reputation is possibly suffering. And that's okay. There's nothing I can do about it except to hope that you all see through it. The people who matter don't mind, and the people who mind don't matter.
Or giving a laundry list of the terrible things you did in the relationship that are not true. But rather, they also share things with other people that actually may be true. Like I said, never should have been shared. And then they will follow that with accusations of things you did in the relationship that are not true. But now the person hearing about you from the narcissist may now believe them, because they are hearing the bad things you said about them. So they're kind of mad at you. There is a bit of an indoctrination process in a smear campaign, whereby the narcissistic person or the smear campaigner tests the waters to see whether the person that they're going to tell the terrible things to is open to it. And sadly, most people are open to gossip. So once the smear campaigner realizes that the door is cracked open, they will then gradually creep it and push it open more and more widely and say more and more negative things about you. Number 7, the smear campaign's inner structure is held up by triangulation and gossip. In a smear campaign, there's a lot of telling that the narcissist telling each person in the campaign different slices of the story, and sometimes even turning people within the campaign against each other so they don't talk to each other and share stories, and so that the people within the campaign won't share stories and potentially support you. A foundational piece of the smear campaign is gossipy secrets. And as I said, the narcissistic smear campaigner tests the waters first to see if the person they want to share this smeary talk with is open to it. And then they may even say something like, well, it's good to hear that, it's good to see or good to know that you actually want to hear the truth. Your sister was in total denial. I was just like, la, 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 I don't want to hear it. But yeah, your sister is also casting shade on you and your family. So you see how they do it? They say, well, this person don't want to hear it. Well, that's because there's something wrong with them. So there can almost be smear campaigns within smear campaigns in a way to separate all the people on the receiving side of the smear campaign again, so they may not compare notes. Number 8, Smear campaigners are like a special ops team. They get in and they get out fast, clean, lean, and mean, and don't leave that much of a trace. They
Thank
may
you. Thank
set
you.
it up that they just sort of run into someone. And so it can feel like, oh, this is a coincidence. Funny to see you here. It's not funny. It wasn't a coincidence. And then they will often just sprinkle some innuendo into a conversation in this place they just sort of ran
100%,
into.
Patricia.
You with.
100%.
So it goes relatively unnoticed. The other thing that smear campaigners will do is just kind of keep it casual and conversational. They won't do stuff in writing, won't even send a text or even legal.
I think it has backfired somewhat. Pokemomo Shelley says your reputation is not suffering. Interestingly enough, I'm getting a lot of looky-loos coming in to see what all the fuss is about. Someone in I can't remember who it was. Someone in chat earlier said, "I've heard about you. I thought I'd come to see what the fuss is about." And I've had a few people direct message me with that. And the thing is, what they get when they get here is different to what people are saying. So I don't know if it's like I'm not perfect, but.
Remedies like slander and defamation actions become quite challenging, and they may build some of their smear campaign on enough of a kernel of truth that it's enough that they get to slide by. And ultimately, it deteriorates into sort of a they said, you said kind of a thing. And that also leaves you in the position of you may not have the money and resources to spend on an attorney. Number 9, one day you may confront them about the smear campaign, and I can all but guarantee that they will deny they are doing it. And then they will call you crazy and paranoid for thinking there's a smear campaign, or say that you're the one who's narcissistic because you think everything is about you. So they will gaslight, they will deny the reality, even if you show them evidence of the smear campaign, and then call you crazy and say that's why they left the relationship, even though you were the one who ended it with them. This can be extremely destabilizing, frustrating,
Hi, Scott.
and
Thank
evoke
you.
even
Mwah.
more feelings of
Thank you for being
helplessness
here.
and
Love it.
hopelessness. Because really, you may feel unable to stop the smear campaign. And they, the narcissistic person, may even run with this and paint you as even more unhinged to the people who are already hearing the smear campaign. Some people will confront just to give the smear campaigner a sort of like, hey, I see you, I see what you're doing. Others won't ever confront the narcissistic smear campaigner and may even be afraid of the smear campaigner and just go full no contact. Number 10, again, the smear campaigner won't outright, in most cases, though in some cases they will, write fully defamatory things about you on social media. But it will be implied
yeah, they will.
with mysterious, ambiguous posts and pictures. They may write sort of
So not the adjacent one, the smear campaign that's been running simultaneously. Oh, by the way, cheese. That one it's been a long running one, apparently, turns out, and in people's DMs, running this stealth smear campaign. I haven't actually seen any of it, and no one's told me about it until now. It's all coming out. A long-term stealth smear campaign. It's just wild to me. Like, shorty derangement syndrome, it's totally a thing. And okay, get a hobby. Well, like Taryn says, touch some grass or smoke some. Get a hobby. Do some macrame. Go for a walk. Learn how to fucking knit. Do some gardening. Cook something. Watch some porn. Anything. Get over yourselves.
posts full of innuendo, passive-aggressive posts, that kind of thing. They tend to hold off on doing this until they go
drama
to
bonding.
individual players first, and then they level up.
Hi, Jasmine. Janine. Oh my God, my brain, my eyes. Bitches on X only make friends by drama bonding. Gee, I love that. That's great. They're not talking about the truth and damage. Yes, drama bonding. I think that's the word of the day. Drama bonding. Oh my God, I love it. Zinger. Janine comes in with a zinger. Yes.
Let's face it, when adults, grown-ass adults, are doing this kind of stuff on social media, it looks immature and ridiculous. Again, not all smear campaigners do this, but the more insecure, the more attention-seeking, validation-seeking, and really emotionally immature the smear campaigner is, the more likely they will do this. But they will do it tactically, and oftentimes, but not always, but oftentimes in a way that will not
Definitely need a cheese emoji. I've deleted all of the, sorry, Dr. Ramani, that's a terrible pause. I've deleted mostly all of the video bumpers because it's going to be a no from me. Not going to put any, I can't, so viscerally triggering. But we'll get something. We just need some more members. Joseph Kane needs to get his credit cards unblocked so he can give some more memberships. Step away from the phone, put it on silent, turn off your notifications. There's so many ways that you can resist being drawn into that vile shit on Twitter. Twitter can be X can be an amazing place. It can be. You can curate your feed to have a lot of fun there, but it can also be just despicable. Ugh. Some people like it as a sport to get in there and just go at it. It's going to be a no for me.
Get them into trouble. And 11, the final piece of this is grief. Your grief. Because it is the painful recognition, not only to have to keep going through this, but that there are people in your midst, people you trusted, people you even loved, that were willing to believe this shit.
See, I'm Bronze Aussie.
From you,
bye.
without,
Laura,
in some cases, even talking to you or reaching out to tell you what they were told so you can have a conversation with them about it. A smear campaign is already such a destabilizing experience.
Amen. Just so you know, if you're new to this channel, hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. When I eat cheese, a few things. I mute the mic so you can't hear me chewing, but guaranteed I will forget. And then Taryn will play, "You are muted" in my ear. And I'll almost fall off my chair. And the other thing is that then I'll probably have to clear my throat a lot more. So I'm sorry, but my stomach is rumbling so hard. So it's cheese or nothing. Be grateful I'm eating. There hasn't been much eating going on in the last 6 weeks.
Experience, because it can cause you significant reputational harm as a parent in your community, for example, in your children's school, in professional settings, within a large extended family system, including in-laws, in a friend group. And this can sort of create this gray cloud around you in multiple systems. And this can be even worse if they did share confidential things. You said that you did say that you said to them when you once believed that you could trust the narcissistic person, or things that you never wanted anyone else to hear. It does become a horrible way to get forced into having to restructure your social world.
Absolutely. I said things to Adam in confidence that were my feelings on people, my suspicions on certain people. And it became very apparent that he had told those people, one person in particular, who actually, in my opinion, is the third leg in that stool of three of the trilogy. And I was horrified. You tell people that you are close to things in confidence, that in that, like, the four walls, stuff you would never say out in public. And no, not death threats, lurkers. There's no death threats. Get over yourselves. And just the betrayal of having things that you said in confidence to someone who you trusted be used as weaponized. And whatever, I own them. Like, yeah, I did say that. That was my speculation. I did feel that way, and it still makes me feel uncomfortable what you're asking me about. It is the elephant in the room, and I stand by that. I didn't really want for you to know that I felt that way about you, person. And yeah, I did. I said what I said.
You may recognize that some folks who could believe this about you without questioning may not ever have had your back. You may attempt to make amends with others who heard things you never wanted them to hear, or who shared things you never intended them to see. You may attempt to have conversations with people to clear the air. But when it's over,
oh, poorly planned there. She was just talking about shared things you never expected people to see. I don't know about you guys, but it was kind of horrifying to see my personal text messages to Adam Levi Boyd, tweeted and then retweeted. They didn't make me look good. That's okay. Whatever. I owned them. I gave context beforehand and afterwards. Mandy, I think, is not in the house anymore, but Mandy said they'll share your nudes. And to be honest, out of anything, I wish that Adam had shared my boob pics, because damn, great photos. Never mind. I guess as a registered sex offender, that was a bridge too far for him. Next time, maybe I should leak them myself as like a sort of a Paris Hilton, Kim Kardashian thing. Never mind. Next time. There'll be no next time.
Your social world may never look the same. When you break up with a normal person who is not narcissistic, it's painful, but it's not this. Smear campaigns are sadly a more common tool than you would actually know of the narcissistic, vindictive, and the emotionally stunted. As your grief slowly unfolds, you may find that creating a new world takes time, but it happens. And in some cases, people may even physically move away from where they were to get a fresh start. I have also heard from folks who have told me that they were minimized when they shared with other people that they had been the focus of a smear campaign. These smear campaigns are real, and they can bring up tremendous harm, loss, isolation, confusion, fear, anxiety, helplessness, anger, and real professional damage. Seeking out therapy and other support can be crucial because so many folks who go through smear campaigns are gaslighted about their experience. And that is one thing you don't need any more of. So if you have gone through this, recognize that it's real, it's harmful, it takes a tremendous psychological toll, and it can really sort of change the forward path of your life. A big question we get, and something we probably should talk about more, is vindictiveness. And more specifically, how do you protect?
So, chat, let's pause at the end of that. It's very real. And the minimizing language that's been going on about, it's just drama. That's not at you, Kim, but it's been said a lot. It's easy to see, particularly when there is a lot of drama going on in our free Karen Reid world. You know, the infighting and the weird shit. It's looked a lot like that, hasn't it? It really has. Or who cares about boyfriend-girlfriend relationship drama? Nobody. It's not news. This was far more than this, than boyfriend-girlfriend drama. One of the other prongs of that three-legged tax stool took up the fight, the cause, the smear campaign, under the guise of it being relationship drama. But who fucking cares? Like, who cares? It's not that. That ain't it. Let's keep going. Vindictiveness, because yikes. And again, sorry, Dr. Ramani. This is relevant to me right now, but I feel like some of you maybe not the smear campaign. And God, if you have ever been the target of a smear campaign, whether it's an ex-partner, a friend, maybe it's not on such a grand public scale as it is for me at the moment. But I'd love to hear from you. Reach out to me. Colors and I are doing some gathering of people's stories on all of this kind of stuff. So if you've had any experience with that community, or outside of that particular community and being target of a smear campaign, we'd love to hear from you. But now this is a little less specific to me, and I think it might resonate with more people. Protecting yourself from the narcissist's vindictiveness.
Protect yourself from a narcissistic person's vindictiveness. Let's start at the top. You've really got to be aware this is a thing. Vindictiveness is such a core element of narcissistic relationships. I'm not talking about schadenfreude. I'm not talking about passive aggression. I'm talking about active. They're going to get in there and mess up with your stuff. Vindictiveness. Now, vindictiveness, like everything narcissism related, is on a continuum. At the lower levels of vindictiveness, they may pass a little unpleasant gossip about you. They may sort of have some, uncomfortable social media posts about things related to you. They may tell someone something that leads you to not having an opportunity, right? But as we go up the continuum all the way to extreme vindictiveness, it can actually be terrifying. They may dox you. They may get you into legal trouble. They may sue you. They may make it so you lose your job. They may put you in physical harm. Obviously, that's a continuum, and someone passing a rumor about you is very different than the other. But no matter what, I don't think I've ever seen a case of a narcissistic relationship where there wasn't some vindictiveness when someone stood up to them and, more importantly, sort of pulled the plug on the relationship. So the first step is sometimes understanding the why helps, but we don't want to spend too much time on the why. Number one, that it's going to happen. Number two, what's the why? Narcissistic people have to be in power. They have to dominate. And above all else, they have to win. So if you do something like try to break up with them, try to pull them off a project, whatever it is, fire them, anything.
So I'm just going to, relating it back to me. It's weird because sorry, Dr. Ramani. For me, it was, I believe, there's other things at play here, but I think it also incensed the pedo pirate that I was just moving on. All I was doing was respecting the boundaries that he set, very fucking clear boundaries. A blindside dump via text, a block on every platform while I was live streaming. And then when I went to reply to that text, I was blocked there too. So, excuse me, cheese. You got it. You know me, chat. It's already So I think it did not help the viciousness of the vindictiveness that was shown immediately, was the fact that I was respecting the boundaries. I don't think he expected that. I think he thought I would grovel and try to find a way to contact him. I didn't, excuse me. Yeah, that.
Not invite them to a family event, that's an ego injury. And usually the ego injury is the catalyst for the vindictiveness, because in essence, when their ego is injured, they've lost power. It brings up shame. They're going to get that power back. And there's no more surefire way for them to get power back by seeking out vengeance, by being vindictive. And like I said, can range from petty to terrifying, but it's always a way for them to feel the ship has sort of righted itself. So the bigger questions, we know they're going to be vindictive. You can set a clock by it. Vindictiveness, for example, is a big part of post-separation abuse. So it's in essence, the post-separation abuse is you're going to pay. You're going to pay for trying to take my money in a divorce. You're going to pay for trying to split up with me. You're going to pay for making me look bad. Whatever their psychology is around, for example, a breakup, you're going to pay. That's why we see post-separation abuse. So now to the protection. Number one, you got to know, like I said, what it is. You got to know it's coming. It's if the more something unexpected happens to us, the less prepared we are for it. Now, it's hard to prepare for vindictiveness, but sometimes it may mean getting legal stuff in order, having all the documentation you need. Sometimes it even means preparing people. You may literally say to friends, hey, I'm about to break up with such and such. I'm giving it about a week and they're going to call you and say terrible things about me. I need you to be prepared for that. You may tell an employer that this is what's happening and such is going to happen. If you're concerned there's a dangerousness issue, you might involve security in it. And I have to say,
so to go back to Amber's, I think it was Amber or Taryn, this is for educational purposes. So we can learn a lot here preemptively. I did not expect, I actually was so very heavily fooled that I didn't even see Adam as being what I believe to be the narcissist and dare I say, verging on like a diagnosable psychopath, just saying. I didn't see it coming. But we are learning these things perhaps to educate ourselves for, God forbid, sometime in the future where we can see these red flags even in a relationship, a person with whom we are in a relationship, whether that be a boss, doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. And so had I known, I don't think I could have done anything to stop it. I was so blindsided. But this is really important that we can learn. So in the future, we can recognize these things possibly and take steps. And if it's in a relationship breakup, like Dr. Ramani is saying now, you might need to seek legal advice before you actually go through with the severing of that relationship, the separation, just in case. If you see any tendencies, or if you're leaving a job or whatever it is, learning here so we can use these as tools in our future, even if it's only to just be more aware that this stuff goes on, that knowledge is power.
That in the most severe and awful kinds of narcissistic vindictiveness stories where people were physically harmed or even killed, those
Candy.
hoofbeats were sounding. You could tell that kind of vindictiveness was souping up. And I think a lot of people say there's no way they would go there. If someone's narcissistic, please always know there's a possibility that there is a way that someone could go there, and always be prepared. So that means safety plans. Like, for example, if you do break up with someone where it has been tense at times of these perceived abandonments, when you're like, I can't do this anymore, make sure there's someone there with you. But it is about preparing for it, is knowing it's likely going to happen, and then taking whatever actions you need to take. Some people be like, oh, you're exaggerating. It's not going to be that bad. Okay, if these people want to gaslight you, A, file that away for later discernment, but B, better that you're prepared. And maybe the narcissistic person never does reach out to your friends. Maybe they do disappear off into the sunset. I ain't taking that bet. But then people are saying, ooh, she said this was coming, and here we are. That as long as you're aware, because I have to tell you that some of the worst narcissistic vindictiveness I ever experienced was early. I was actually just at the early stages of doing this work, and even before I was doing this work. And I think I was so caught unawares that I was really destabilized. And I was having these huge whole body reactions of panic. Had I been a little prepared, and when I look at the character of the person involved, I absolutely should have been prepared that this was going to happen. I would have done things very, very differently in my life. Number 3, you don't, As expensive as it may be, sometimes you just got to call a lawyer. And I know it sucks, especially if you don't have lots of money. If you really have no money, it might involve working with a local legal aid organization. It might mean working with a local domestic violence organization. If you do have money, find someone you trust and involve them. Many times what lawyers will tell you is that, sadly, when it comes to narcissism, because the stuff they're doing often doesn't go over that line, whether it's like online abuse, online harassment, coming after you, passing these kinds of rumors, you'd be surprised how much has to happen. But if you talk to someone legally, you might be able to figure out what are the things you can and can't do that can keep you sort of protected if it has more of that sort of legal feel to it. Number 4, the thing to keep in mind is a lot of the vindictiveness can take the form of a smear campaign. Smear campaigns are very, very common way. And the smear campaign is sort of like 2 types of pain for the price of 1. Number 1, not only do you have this experience of vindictiveness sort of coming at you, but number 2 is that they're now involving people you once thought were your friends, your allies, and your supporters, and they're coming at you too, sort of doing the bidding and gaslighting for the narcissistic person. So you're experiencing grief about that part of it and fear about the first part. Again, smear campaigns are very real, and they're a very big part of the narcissistic person's vindictiveness toolbox. We tend to see it happen more. Sometimes grandiose narcissists tend to have bigger social networks, so they can often pull it off a little bit better. But I think it, again, being prepared for that. At the end of the day, when a smear campaign is done, you learn something very uncomfortable to learn, but you do learn who your people are. Because the people who didn't succumb to the smear campaign, the people who did stand by you, the people who did support you, those are your people. And the people who did succumb to that smear campaign, you might want to put them on the back burner, be much more discerning, and probably disengage. And if they play naive, like, I didn't know, you just need smarter friends. You don't need to hang out with them anyhow. So you learn something in a smear campaign, but while
Love
it's
it,
happening,
Dr. Ramani.
it can be
Love it.
utter devastation. Not only the fear, like I said, of the vindictiveness, but the grief around what other people are doing. But I think, and then finally, what you really want to be aware of is that a lot of times people around you are going to minimize this concept of vindictiveness. Oh, it's not going to be that bad. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, they're just hurt. But meanwhile, you might be having very strong somatic and physiological reactions. You might be ruminating about it. You might be wondering, maybe I should have just gone along and not have to live through this. So you're going through something very, very real psychologically. And if you have a history of long-term narcissistic abuse in this and in other relationships, or a history of trauma, just that sort of somatic exhaustion that you will be experiencing when this is coming at you. Now, vindictiveness in its most severe form is obviously going to happen in the most severe narcissistic relationships with more malignant narcissists, people more severe on that continuum, longer term relationships where breaking the relationship has more consequences, has more of a public effect. Obviously, those are the cases where you might see more extreme vindictiveness. But I got to tell you, one of the worst cases of narcissistic vindictiveness I experienced was with someone I actually didn't know very well. So it may not always be that. In this case, the person was almost psychopathic. Like, it was that severe. So understanding that multiple things can be playing in, but more than anything, I want this video to ungaslight any of you that have ever experienced narcissistic vindictiveness, because this is the on top of all the fear, the anxiety, and the discomfort that the vindictiveness brings out in you. The other thing that happens is that when everyone around you is minimizing it or actually painting you out as paranoid and crazy, it can take this experience and make you even more destabilized. Narcissistic vindictiveness is very real. It can make decision-making really hard. And even when you feel in every bone in your body, I got to get out of this, it's enough to make you scared, which is why you often need support, therapy, sometimes attorneys, sometimes advocates, to help you with your decision-making process and to ensure that you're safe, or at least supported as you go through the transition or decision-making in any narcissistic relationship. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Ramani. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you. Wait, what am I doing? Hi. Lurking. Thanks, girl. Wait. Michelle's here. It's moved. The chat moved. What? Hello. Yes. Hi to the lurkers, the chatters, the lurkers, and the flying monkeys. You're all welcome here. I hope we're all of us learning something, and I can't wait to see the screenshots. The outrage. Oh my goodness. Can you believe she said this? She's crazy. Oh, crazy for the truth. That's me. Gotcha. Okay. Now, Does she not need notes? She's amazing. I think she's got notes down there, down beside her. But no, she's very articulate, very well versed on all of it. This is her career and her passion, obviously. Many decent, kind. Ducking says many. Oh, Margaret says many decent, kind, thoughtful people could never even imagine treating others like the bullies narcissists do. They get blindsided when that happens. Absolutely, we project our own selves onto others, don't we? So if you're a bad person, if you're an asshole or a narcissist, you expect that everybody's going to treat you like you treat everybody else because they're fuckheads. If you're a good person, you see or want to see only the good. And that is a very good segue. It's like we planned it, Margaret, but we didn't. A great segue into the next, the final, wait. What's this one? Okay, yes, it is. The final video. I'm going part way through because the first part was not relevant. So I've got a weird dirty pause and pour Dr. Ramani. If you're not familiar with Dr. Ramani, you will be, and you are now. This is her channel, 1.84 million subscribers. That if that's not a testimony to her to her amazing advice, knowledge, content. Yes. I don't know what it is. So her channel is linked in the description box, and it's also in the chat. And all the videos we're playing are also linked in the description box. And 3 research papers and 2 articles on bullying and about women bullying women and women. As I said at the start of the stream, but if you've come in a bit late, there isn't actually much on YouTube about this. So in terms of videos and stuff, there's a couple of little like short snippets, extreme stories, which is very real, about people who've been pushed to take their own lives because of bullying. And interestingly enough, some of those stories stem from a community or an ethos or a modus operandi called 4chan. You might have heard of it. We're going to do a stream about 4chan, just gathering our resources. 4chan is it's similar to the smear campaign, but it's more of an orchestrated spreading of misinformation, lies, to target either a person or a small community or the wider community. And they're very successful. There are people who are 4chan experts, like how there are hackers, there are people who are 4chan people. And you might find it interesting to know that someone a lot of us are very familiar with have their origins in 4chan. That's where they came from. That's all. Little teaser. So that. Let's watch the thanks haters. Yeah, fucking we love you. It's all views, right, Prince Lover? Can a female be a narcissist? Absolutely, Catherine. Anybody? Yes, 100%. 100%. 100%. Oh, yes, they can. Prince Lover says, my father's mother was an evil narcissist. My adoptive mother is a narcissist. Not a hardline psychopathic narcissist, but she has very definitely narcissistic tendencies. Water does seek its own level. Yes. Teresa says, and hi, raised by 2 narcissists. Same. Thanks for the info. Absolutely, my pleasure. Credibility. Sorry, says Lovely Beth, I missed about the last hour. Love to all who needs it. That's okay. Go back and watch the bits you've missed, Beth, because it's been really enlightening. Vixie says she needs to sleep because she's in the UK. It's 3 a.m. Thank you for being here, Vixie. I love having you as a part of this community. Sleep well, sweet dreams. I hope you don't dream about crows, although according to Brit, crows are a good thing to dream about. So dark web shit, 4chan. There it is. Will do. Night, girls. Johnny Depp was a huge victim of this. Yes, Lady V. Yes. 4chan is vile and dark. Yikes on 4chan. Yikes. Yes. There's a little teaser for you because it's coming. I'd never heard of it either. Yes. My mother was. Hi, Andy. Good to see you. Love the backdrop. Built myself a pair of Lego roller skates last night. Look at that synchronicity, darling. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. Love you. Good to see you. Yeah, we've rebranded. We're doing with light, bright, and breezy, just like me, lol, to aqua blue, roller skates, not roller coasters. We ain't on no roller coaster ride anymore. We are just going to coast roller derby style, right? Yes. Good. Okay. Love me some JD. Well, we are going to do another couple of Johnny Depp streams. We've been going over at Lady V. We've been, I think we're up to, who knows? We don't even pay much attention. But I'd never watched the Johnny Depp trial, Amber Heard trial. I hadn't. So someone who's no longer, so it's a little bit triggering for me actually to do those streams, but we'll get back to it. Someone, dare I say, the third leg in that three-pronged stool of shorty derangement syndrome, the main ones, suggested that we might like to do the Johnny Depp trial as a series, covering it. And for me, as the first look, so we have been giving it a little bit of a break at the moment, given everything's been going on. But we will get back to it. Honka. What does he say? I'll have to hold on someone's shirt, but I'll roll with it. Yes, good. Yes. Twitter spotted. Twitter patted. Okay, one more thing. Now, that segue that was so beautifully set up for me by Margaret that I just let roll off into the distance. The segue. What did Margaret say? I can't even remember. Anyway, so here's the thing. In all of this, one of my key former friends, I believed, very much fits the profile or this next little segment of video. And some of you who know this person will be like, oh yeah. I was like light bulbs, ching 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 ching. And Dr. Ramani suggests that possibly, is it this one? Let me just check. Wait. Yikes. Yes, the dirty paws. Oh, no, it's a weird. She's morphing. She's apparating. What did Mr. Betterow say? Apparition. No, I can't remember now. It's not a word. That's why it was funny. So here, it's talking about the PollyAnna syndrome, which could be the most dangerous kind of flying monkey of them all for a narcissist or an asshole, because of the gaslighting and stuff. So let me share this screen. Yes, well, also, yes, Lady V, come and watch it. We'll do one this week. We'll do a couple of this week. 16 Nights with Shorty is somehow fast running out because we've had so much content we've had to get done with all of the turns of event lately. It's a lot. And I'm happy that it's a lot. What is it called? How to, yes, this one. Is it? Yes. So I don't know. That's how she looks. But then we go into, she fades from one section to another. Let's do it.
These are the enablers who just think everyone is great. We need to give people a chance. I'm sure nobody ever means to be mean. And I like to think of the best of everyone. Those kinds of enablers. These enablers are what we can call the immature and childish PollyAnnas. This is more than just not getting it. This is denial with fiction on top. These are interesting people.
Apparating.
It's not as though that they are so immature or childish that they are not in adult roles and adult jobs. These are people who are sometimes bosses at work and administrators at schools and people who work with the legal profession and people who have influence over others, but are just those PollyAnna type, I just like to think the best of everyone types of people. Remember, PollyAnna is that childhood story character who just saw the best in everyone. Now, this is dangerous because it goes beyond just not knowing it. The people who are just plain ignorant or uninformed about narcissism, there's still the possibility that you might be able to educate them or open their eyes. The PollyAnna type folks like to put their fingers into their ears and say, la, 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 do not puncture my view of everyone being nice and finding a way that I can soften their bad behavior so I can live in a world full of unity.
One's in the chat, and I don't want you to put the name in the chat, but one's in the chat, Dr. Ramani, sorry. She looks very enthusiastic. One's in the chat. If you think that maybe you know which of the flying monkeys I'm thinking of, no names. Just if you think that already you have a feeling that you know which person this description resonated, that wasn't ever going to be a sentence. But you know what I mean. One's in the chat. Do you know who I'm thinking of?
Unicorns and butterflies. Now, there is something so appealing about living in a world where everyone is good, or you have the privilege of assuming that and can maintain an equitable, loving, fair, just version of the world. I'd love to live in that world, or at least get tickets to be in that world for a day. The Pollyannas are the ones who magnify the sense of cognitive dissonance that so many people struggle with, that make justifying the narcissist's bad behavior so much easier.
The people who will know are the people who have been kind of intimately involved in like the behind the scenes shit of the very first week or so of the whatever it was, the blind side, the reverse catfish, the full catfish, whatever it was.
That leave us questioning and blaming ourselves. Like, damn, I really am a bad person if I view this person so badly, or I use bad words like narcissism.
69 is
Because
always a
this
good.
other person sees so much goodness in them. What is wrong with me? I'm a monster. In fact, I have seen the Pollyanna enablers be the reason that people stay in these relationships for years, even decades longer. There is a real shame that can be caused by Pollyanna types saying how there is so much misunderstood love and light inside the narcissist, and how that they themselves like to see the good in everyone. And here you are looking up videos on narcissism and psychopathy and arrogance. And what is so sad is that most survivors of narcissistic abuse will write themselves off as the ones who are monstrous, rather than seeing the Pollyanna's view as dangerous.
Chat, the number of times I've gaslit myself, not recently, well, no, actually still recently, it comes in, excuse me, sorry, cheese. Like searching deep within my soul, maybe I am even some of what they're saying, maybe. And I think about it, I'm like, no. But it's so easy to gaslight yourself. So easy.
Which frankly, it is. Now, where this type of enabling is most dangerous is when this Pollyanna enabler person is in a decision-making position. This can include people at high levels of decision-making, including judge or other advocates in family court, human resource professionals, arbitrators or mediators, people who do hiring or vetting people for new jobs or positions, decision makers in an organization that make recommendations on terminations, advancements, and promotions. The Pollyannas in these positions are often responsible for naive, ill-informed decision-making on the basis of their rosy worldview that is not informed by how these relational patterns work, and will sign off on unhealthy or downright dangerous custody agreements, will give a harassing, predatory colleague endless second chances, will set up re-traumatizing mediation meetings between perpetrators and those that they have harmed in the name of bringing everyone together and kumbayaing the whole mess.
Good question, Catherine. Good question. Making sure I'm not muted. Taryn would have already beeped me in my ears. So gaslighting. Gaslighting is, okay, so the term gaslighting comes from a play from the 1940s, I believe, and then was turned into a movie, and then it's become part of the, it's a psychological term now. It's an official term. So in the movie, in the play, there was a husband and wife, and the husband wanted to convince the wife that she was crazy, right? And it was in the time before electricity. So the play is called Gaslight. And so he would turn down and up the lighting in the house, in their home. And then when she said, is it light? Is it dim in here? He'd say, no. What are you talking about? No, it's normal here. And basically drove her mad by convincing her that that she must have been crazy and she was imagining things. So the term gaslighting now refers to when people do something knowingly, say something, do something very much consciously, orchestrated, intentional, and then say, what are you talking about? I was joking. Or, oh my God, you're too sensitive. Or, no, you're crazy. What are you talking? That's not what's happening. Like straight out lying in your face. And it makes you start to question everything about yourself. So gaslighting can be done. Another person can gaslight someone else, but we can also gaslight ourselves by saying, oh, maybe I'm imagining things. It couldn't be, surely. So that's gaslighting. We'll do another stream because that's a good point. I just assumed that we all know what gaslighting is and we don't. So great question, Catherine. That's how we learn things. Thank you. I should have never assumed that everybody knew what gaslighting was. Wow. Thank you.
Merely enabling the narcissist to go out and do more harm. They may keep doing this until someone gets really harmed, for example,
69.
assaulted or killed, and then they'll wring their hands and said, oh goodness, I had no idea. Yes, you did have an idea. People were telling you how bad it was. And because you were behaving as the PollyAnna, as though you were at a theme park and are 6 and want to believe that you're in fantasy land, these
Thank you, Steph.
PollyAnna enablers are more invested in their damn rosy worldview.
Thank you so much, Steph. Steph says, gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse that involves manipulating someone into questioning their own reality, perceptions, and sanity. Yes. So it's doing something intentionally or saying something intentionally to another person and to destabilize them. I've been, it's wicked. Gaslighting is a very strong tool. It's even when you know all about it, you know it's gaslighting. To resist the gaslight is a tough fucking challenge. Even and particularly as Taryn said, she'd never even considered the fact that we can gaslight ourselves until just very recently when I'd sort of proposed that to be something, and it absolutely is something.
Than they are in the realities of these antagonistic personality styles and the harm they do to other people. And the PollyAnna person's zeal to look for the love in the light in a narcissist, they effectively turn off everybody else's. And this gets most dangerous if the PollyAnna enabler is in the role of a mental health provider or a coach, someone that a person turns to, that they're vulnerable with, that they may talk about narcissistic abuse with. And then the person in the practitioner role makes it about, oh, goodness. Well, there is good in everyone. Maybe you aren't looking hard enough because you did tell me that they took out the trash last week. Well, that's something, huh? Let's just turn that frown upside down and see that it isn't all bad. Marriage is hard. Marriages are about compromise. Well, maybe their love language is different. Please don't get me started. This nonsense.
Dr. Ramani is about to, at some point, she does mention toxic positivity, and I've done a whole live stream on toxic positivity. So what she's talking about, Dr. Ramani is talking about here, is people who are so insistent on seeing the upside, the sunny side, and inflicting that on the other person or people for their own comfort. So these are people who don't want to have their worldview smashed by the reality that not everything is sunshine and lollipops. That the reality of reality is very real, and so that the gaslighting effect of and the minimizing, the diminishing effect of people not validating either your perceptions or your experiences by saying, no, I don't think that those hashtags were directed at you. He assured me those were just generic hashtags. They weren't aggressive hashtags towards you. And I'm like, well, that might have given it away who that number one was.
It's gaslighting and invalidation, and in a therapy relationship, it's also dangerous because it can infuse a person going through something in a narcissistic relationship with self-blame and self-doubt. The person who's going through it'll say, God, it's got to be me. Maybe I'm just not trying hard enough to find the goodness. It's not the job of a mental health practitioner or, frankly, a coach to be an unseeing.
So, Lady V, I think I have always chosen to see the good in people, but there comes a point in time where the fucking hardline reality that there are some very bad people in the world who have almost no good in them. Lady V, are you autistic? Are you neurodivergent? Because an absolute inability to even comprehend that there are some people who are just bad people is a very key indicator of like it's one of the defining characteristics, secondary characteristics of autistic people in particular. I'm autistic, so that was one of the main when I first realized that I was autistic and went on a self-discovery journey to know myself better. That was one of the things that really stood out to me is I simply could not fathom, even when I was being conned and betrayed by literally like a line of people at the door, boom, 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 about 7 or 8 years ago. And so very quickly, not very quickly, these days, I still choose to see the good in people, but I'm not blinding or allowing myself to deny the fact that there are some very bad people in this world. There is true evil in this world, and there are people who are just fucking assholes who do shitty things because they're dickheads. They're horrible people. Not every asshole's a narcissist, and not every person who does shitty things to other people is a narcissist. But there's bad shit out there, and some people don't do things with the same intentions as we do, and it's really important from a self protection point of view and a navigating through life point of view to understand that. Otherwise you're going to get hurt time and time again and taken advantage of and betrayed and fucked over backwards like no lube, right, chat? No lube. We've got a no lube emoji in the chat if you want to drop that one in.
Cheerful, naive cheerleader, but rather a theoretically and empirically driven reality check and intrapsychic tour guide, and certainly not a force in someone's life that plants doubt in a person. But compared to all of the other enabling types, the PollyAnnas are the most powerful at leaving people doubting themselves. There is another form of enabler we'll be talking about in another video called the toxically positive enabler. I'll get to that. But this PollyAnna type of enabling is very societally supported. We just love the Jane Austen-esque characters who rather chirpily see the good in everyone. I have to say, as a girl myself, and then as I grew up, I desperately wanted to be this chirpy person. The chirpy, cheerful,
Listen,
everyone is good person.
Dr. Ramani, you can be a fucking delight without being a Pollyanna. Proof is in the shorty.
Still do have a bit of a sour, cynical side. It's probably more than a side to me, which again, given how I grew up, makes 100% sense. And I actually want to give a shout out to that child in me that already knew not to trust people too fast and to be chronically suspicious. Given the elements of my own backstory, there was no way I could really ever get to Pollyanna. I grew up in two antagonistic systems.
Chat, you know how I mentioned last night or the night before that I think it was the night before that I have a vocabulary app. I love words. Words, amazing. Love words. Hence my lyric writing of late and songwriting. But I just looked down at my phone and the app just told me the word introspect, which is what we're doing here, isn't it? We're doing some introspection, hoping that those lurkers out there who aren't in the chat are also doing some self-reflection, some introspection to maybe take some accountability and have a little bit of ego death to it's a humbling experience, an ego death. But introspection, synchronicity, I love. I believe in the universe.
Ironically, when I got into young adulthood, I wanted to be chirpy girl. So I tried to be the chirpy person for a minute, and I gave someone a chance, and I ended up getting stalked and harmed. I've never really tried to be chirpy again, and that was almost 40 years ago. People were and still are chirpy and cheerful and Pollyanna with me in my extended family, and they did and they do harm to
Somebody
me.
write it down.
I still doubt myself, and I study this shit. It chills me to think about how the chirpy Pollyanna enablers do so much damage to the people affected by the narcissist and get away with it. And in fact, are even applauded for it because they're so eternally cheerful and on their chronic quest for love and light, even if it means invalidating or denying the experience of someone who's been mistreated. At this point in my life, if people want to call me a cold-hearted bitch, get in line. I'm fine with it, because let me tell you this, it beats the alternative. Pollyanna enablers are the patron saints of second, third, fourth, and fifth chances. And they're definitely the patron saints of the benefit of the doubt. They pull out all the cheerful rationalizations. Oh, come on now. They don't mean it. I like to see the good in others. I've seen some good there. Let's give it a chance. You never know, do you? Miracles can be found everywhere.
Word on the street, word on the YouTube streets in the screenshot game is that that's the vibe about the pedo pirate in that community. Is that, oh, come on now. He's just misunderstood. How do we know? Did we ask for his side of the story? It's a hard line no. It's a hard line no when an online predator comes into an online community, manipulates and lies to all of you, us, is discovered and leaves the scorched earth path of destruction in his wake, and you all are saying, no, but he's a good guy. Come on now. Are you fucking kidding me?
And as you go on this grail quest for a miracle, your mental health is eroding, your sense of reality is fading, and you find it difficult to trust your basic instincts in basic situations. We waste so damn much time trying to find the good in the narcissists, psychopaths, and abusers of all kinds.
No one here in chat, thank you, Amber, for clarifying. I would hazard a guess that it's probably a good chunk of the lurkers. So I'm speaking directly to you.
That we spend no time trying to see the good in ourselves. The PollyAnna enablers, under their
Okay.
cheerful, chirpy facades.
Pausing because Crystal, that's here's the thing. People, I say sorry a lot too. Women in general in our society are absolutely conditioned to be diminutive, to be people pleasing, and to not ruffle feathers, right? So for me, I often I don't maybe I say it in my speaking. I definitely very often start a text off with sorry, da 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 da. It's almost like a a habit. I'm not, because like Adam, the pedo pirate, used to say, "Oh, he's to take my sorry da, 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 as being an actual apology." I'm like, "Oh no, I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm just like sorry. It's just a habit. It's a bit like what if anything, yeah, a verbal tick." But saying I'm sorry a lot is very much a part of the people pleasing. Perhaps you're the scapegoat, Crystal, in your family. Perhaps you were the one that was made to feel like you were to blame for everything in your family dynamic. I'm just going out on a limb here. So the family scapegoat, or someone who's been blamed for things, which is the scapegoat, the person who's blamed for everything in a family dynamic. That's the root cause, I think, of many people apologizing for things when, I'm going to say I'm sorry before anything, because probably it was my fault, because my whole life, my family made me feel like everything was my fault. I hope that answers your question, Crystal. I'm not a mental health professional. I'm not a doctor. I'm just someone who's thought a lot about this for almost 50 years, and that's my conclusion.
Strangely enough, be the most dangerous. Their endless positivity and sunshine and second chances can belie dangerous rhetoric, enabling, gaslighting, and invalidation. Sadly, their sunshine and rainbows approach can be so seductive. Listen, nobody wants to sit next to a sour cynic, but everyone wants to be friends with a cheerful, chirpy, happy person. If I were you, next time you walk into a room, look for the empathic cynic. Less chirp, more reality. Please, oh please, do not let the PollyAnna enablers need to keep the world fixed. Nobody wants to sit next to a sour cynic, but everyone wants to be friends with a cheerful, chirpy, happy person. If I were you, next time you walk into a room, look for the empathic cynic. Less chirp, more reality. Please, oh please, do not let the PollyAnna enablers need to keep the world looking so shiny undermine your instincts or lead you to shame, blame, or gaslight yourself. And give yourself permission to engage in reality-based problem solving on how to manage or get out of one of these situations.
Hi, Ride or Die. Good to see you.
And the answers on how to manage a narcissistic relationship are anything but cheerful. The Pollyannas hate it when you say, this is never going to get better. Oh, no, don't say that. There's always a silver lining. Trust me on this one. Don't look for a silver lining in a narcissistic relationship. Find it in yourself, find it in the healthy people. And also, as you're cleaning house on the narcissistic folks, you might want to give the Pollyanna enablers the heave-ho as well. Don't stake everything on one thing, lest it doesn't work out. It was originally a proverb found in Spanish and Italian, and then it showed up in Cervantes' Don Quixote in the mid-1600s in writing. So literally, if you put all your eggs in one basket and then you drop the basket, then you're out of luck, no eggs. So what's the narcissism link here? There's actually a few. First, a narcissistic relationship is often about a person putting too much stock in that one relationship. And over time, as you invest more and more of yourself into the relationship, and you recognize how toxic the relationship is, with time, you may feel there are few or no other options. If I had a buck for everyone who said to me, I have to stick this relationship out, I have already put so much time into it.
Cut your losses. Cut your losses.
This is not a financial investment. It's your life. And in this way, a person starts putting all of their belief and stock into this one narcissistic relationship. So when the narcissistic relationship goes wrong, and it will go wrong, a person has already invested too much, because that's what narcissistic relationships require. Too much. People will look.
Pausing to say, Diane, thank you so much for the coffees. That's really kind of you. I like your streams, Miss Shorty. Have a great day. Thank you. I am having a great day, spending it with people I love, talking about things that I'm interested in, and spreading some education around, spreading a bit of Dr. Ramani around. We're about halfway through this video, a bit more, and then we'll wrap it up at the end of this one, and we'll do some free Karen read tomorrow night. But thank you, Diane G. That's really kind of you.
Look back and reflect on the fact that they sacrificed opportunities, perhaps education or career. They may have sacrificed other things like having a child or having as many children as they wanted, or they gave in to having children. They didn't even want children. They may have sacrificed their voice, their authenticity.
Pia, we're doing sometime in the next couple of nights. It will be our next live stream in this series, which is called Narcissists, Flying Monkeys, and Assholes. It's a playlist. All of these episodes will be going into that playlist. So if you want to share this with anybody, these episodes, you can share the whole playlist. But we're doing a whole stream here on, thanks to Amber suggesting this and doing some research for me. Thank you so much, Amber. A whole stream on logical fallacies, because it's a really interesting thing. And sunken cost fallacy is one of them. Like, I've invested so much into this, whether that be time, energy, resources, money. People tend to, hard, dirty pause, Taryn. people tend to, oh my God, sorry, vaping. It's good for you. I promise. People tend to feel like I can't leave this situation, whatever it is, whether it's a relationship, and even in business. Like, sometimes you just got to cut your losses. If it's financial losses, get out. Just, it's ego, it's pride, and stubbornness, and not willing to admit that you made a mistake or you made some poor choices along the way. And if you don't cut your losses now, those poor choices are only going to compound further. And that can go in committing yourself to perhaps a smear campaign, or a stance in a situation or a relationship. But yes, sunken cost fallacy.
Things that they wanted from life to make this relationship work. Why? Because people in narcissistic relationships struggle. They always just want to be enough. Somewhere they believed, if I am just enough, and kept at it and put all of themselves into this relationship, and then all of those eggs are in that one basket called a narcissistic relationship, that ultimately falls. And then boom, the eggs are broken, and so too is your heart. A signature element of narcissistic relationships is isolation. Even the most grandiose, extroverted, hail fellow, well-met narcissist will isolate. They may have a robust social world and may not be the traditional cut you off from everyone controlling person like we might see, for example, in domestic violence. But what happens is narcissists speak so badly about everyone and criticize you and make it so unpleasant that social gatherings feel unpleasant, and you feel too ashamed to talk about your relationships because you don't
Hi, Charles. Good to see you back again. Yes, just joined. I need to rewatch this. Thank you, Miss Shorty. Well, you're welcome. Absolutely, this is definitely one for the rewatch. If you've had to step away for a bit of time, or you're just joining us now, please do watch it. Share it with people you think might benefit from learning some stuff. I'd say share the whole playlist. And keep it there because it'll be a valuable resource. We started off this stream talking about why women bully other women, and we've kind of segued and sidestepped along to more stuff about I guess more narcissist stuff, because we can only ever be properly informed, not diagnosing, but properly informed with the ways of the narcissist and the assholes and those with narcissistic tendencies, that we can better navigate through life armed with the knowledge and the opened eyes that we can hopefully protect ourselves. Oh, sorry, that's a dirty pause. Jeez. Protect ourselves in the future, and also be kinder to ourselves about experiences in our past where maybe we didn't realize we were dealing with a narcissist, particularly a covert narcissist, because they have a more subtle set of disagreeable introvert tools. We covered covert narcissist in the first one of them, what even this time.
don't understand what's happening to you, and nobody else
Oh my God.
cut you
Oh my
off
God.
from everyone, controlling person like we might see, for example, in domestic violence. But what happens is narcissists speak so badly about everyone and criticize you and make it so unpleasant that social gatherings feel unpleasant, and you feel too ashamed to talk about your relationships because you don't understand what's happening to you and nobody else does either. Or a narcissist may take the traditional route of isolation. They complain when you see family or friends. They imply that you aren't into the relationship because you want to spend time with other people. They become jealous or suspicious or brooding and angry when you are having a nice time with other people. You know the drill. And so you will become more and more isolated, thinking that once they feel comfortable with you, then they will be good with your family and friends. But that doesn't.
Laurie Marie, I feel like your love language is acts of service then, yes? I love helping too. I fucking love helping. I love helping. And so when people help me, oh, it makes me feel so loved. Makes me feel so loved, which is why I'm feeling so very loved at the moment, having this amazing group of friends who are also, I'm honored and blessed to say, are my amazing team of moderators. I've never felt so supported. Never. It's like I'm going to cry again. So, Laurie Marie, all that to say, acts of service must be one of your love languages, and same girl.
Doesn't ever seem to happen. Or narcissistic people will just be so malcontented. They speak badly about everyone. And you get so exhausted at defending not just the human race, but the people you care about, that you just give up. Or they are threatened by your work and collegial relationships. So you may socialize less with those folks too. And before you know it, all your eggs are in one basket. They've isolated you from everyone, and they become the only game in town. Once you recognize that it is not healthy, well, all of those damned eggs are.
Sidebar. Sorry, Dr. Ramani. Her eye makeup looks beautiful though. She's gorgeous. I love her. Inside and out, gorgeous. Chatty's Bay, but also Pia just said that her dog and all the females in her household all started their period today. Sorry, guys. But somebody, is it GP Dog Drool? No, Cheryl with an S. How do you know when to expect it with a dog? My Poppy isn't neutered, isn't desexed either. Yes, you do know they get more panty and like God, Poppy's like this when she's not on heat, right? She's all up in my grill, being enthusiastic about everything. When she's, for the last few weeks before she goes on heat, she's even more like that. And trigger warning, but they're lady bits, they're meat curtains. Call back. Their meat curtains get swollen, and then you've got 3 weeks of delightful everything, and there's like they're more everything, female dogs. But yes, you can tell when the dog, it's once every 6 months, thereabouts. My Poppy is once every 6 months.
Are in that one narcissistic basket, and you have cut out from your sources of social support and may not feel comfortable talking about this with other people. And many therapists may not get it.
Amber, could we please put in the write it down? We'll do a stream on love languages because it's a really interesting thing. When you know, yeah, I'll play opalescence. Yes, let's do a stream on love languages because it helps us all better understand ourselves and our relationships and where we feel like we don't quite get what we want out of relationships, and not just romantic relationships, friendships. Like I love helping. Like I love helping. I love being helped. And for me, one of like, and all I want in return when I help is for someone to say thank you and acknowledge that I helped, and maybe give me a little bit of praise and recognition. Money doesn't motivate me. Accolades don't motivate me. Career advancement doesn't really motivate me, but just someone tell me I did a good job with my helping, please. I love. Makes me feel so good about myself. But we'll do a love languages stream for sure.
Or you don't even feel comfortable
For
talking
sure.
about it in therapy, then even with the recognition that this narcissistic relationship is not healthy, you feel powerless to change it. And you do find that you did put all your eggs in one basket. And now the basket has fallen and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, obviously, this can also happen with workplace narcissism, and you may give up other opportunities or go all in on a business partnership, and bam. If it is a narcissistic situation, you may lose your investment, time, or intellectual property. Or if you work with a narcissist in a field where their reputation still holds credibility, you may not get an important recommendation or reference that you sorely need to get another job. The basket falls, the eggs break. In a family, it can again be about a controlling, narcissistic family member, maybe suggesting that you go into a family investment together or move in with them, or something that makes you vulnerable, but you fall into it thinking,
Thanks, Lady
that,
V.
hey, it's family. Family has each other's back, right? No, not when it is a narcissistic
Everyone has a
family
love
system.
languages, colors.
And then when things go wrong, and they will go wrong, you will put all of yourself into your family, right? And then there's nothing left. This doesn't just link to the idea of money and resources within a family. Sometimes people will just stick with family because they're family and forego building relationships and collaborations and the like outside of the family because the family wants you around every weekend and every holiday and every Wednesday night and every this and every that. And if you violate those rules, then there's all kinds of rage and accusations about your commitment to your family and your loyalty. You put all of your eggs into the family basket. And if it's a narcissistic family, when you need them, they probably won't have your back. That recognition, that moment is utter devastation for people who buy into that family ideology of tight-knitted families and
Hi,
not
Anthony. Good
see
to
the
see you.
control, narcissism, triangulation, and other toxic dynamics that may be afoot. The eggs and basket proverb really apply to many narcissistic relationship situations, especially those characterized by control. Because the narcissistic person wants to be in control. They sort of set up this one basket situation, as it were. And because so many people in any kind of narcissistic relationship have the ongoing impossible goal of wanting to win over the narcissist or be in their good graces or just want to make it work, will just keep piling those eggs into that one basket, saving very few eggs for the other important aspects of their life. In my work, I call this the 90-10 phenomenon. I believe too many people put 90% of their bandwidth and psychological energy into the most toxic and egocentric relationships in their lives, and only put 10% of their bandwidth into the healthy relationships, because the healthy people don't want to stress you out, and they're there for you unconditionally, and they appreciate you when you can come around, but they don't guilt you when you don't. Now flip that math. Gray rock and set boundaries around those toxic people. Only give them 10%. They're going to be disappointed in you no matter what. Put the 90% into the good people. You will find that you will be healthier, happier, better off, and more successful in this scenario. No, It will not be fun to deal with the narcissist rage, but by putting more into your healthier relationships, it's also going to give you more strength, fortitude, and support to believe you can push back. So take those precious eggs of yours and figure out who the worthy recipients in your life are. You should have lots of baskets in your life, and the lion's share of those eggs should go in the basket that's marked you. Your authenticity, your values, your true north. That basket is made of better stuff. And when you put it into you, you can then pay it forward into the important people, the healthy people, the authentic opportunities, and the meaningful work in your world. So this video was actually inspired by a show I was watching on a flight, and the show was about elite athletes.
Okay, so this is going to turn nice and positive. I love it. But Amber did suggest that we might want to have an ugly cry. Yikes. And so I did just write a song. I know you all think, you out there as well, I know you think that I use music as a weapon. Sometimes. But also I did just write a song, which is an absolute appreciation song for most specifically the core group of mostly women who in the last, well, who have been my friends for up to a couple of years. Amber is one of those people. And since things have gotten especially tough for me, the true friends, the good people, have shown me what true friendship is all about. I'm going to cry. But also it's the other people that are sending me emails and messages and love. And then it's you all in chat coming, and people who have maybe heard bad things and coming and realizing, I like it here. People who've been recommended, people who are just stopping by because they like Karen Reid stuff and then they're staying. So let's play that song. It's called Opalescence. It's not a up hype song. It's exactly the vibe that I was wanting. It took me quite a while of tweaking the lyrics. You can't get a good song from AI music if you don't have good lyrics. They have to be the AI app can't. It just can't do it. So so let's play the song. It's about 4 minutes long, but take a moment. I don't know, make a cup of tea, or I don't know, go and have a ciggy, or grab your vape, or have a bong. I don't know, whatever you want to do. And let me see if I can find it here. Miss Shorty. Oh, it's the top of the list. Of course it is. Yikes. So here's me. Hi, it's me. I'm Miss Shorty. Oh, wait. So just a qualifier here. When you listen to my playlist, either through Suno, it plays like an album. I'm going to release it on Spotify. I just need to work out how. But the music, because I'm streaming it through StreamYard, it sounds a little tinny. So beg the court's indulgence. If you listen to the music, or any of my music, from its original source, like on my music playlist or through Suno, it sounds a lot more fulsome, less tinny. But so that's the little like, what's the word? Just that. Where's it gone? Oh my God, I've got so many tabs. Lord, where is it? Fuck. Jesus, fuck chat. It's gone. Oh my God, so many tabs. Get rid of some of these. Hang on. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Sorry, walk and talk, shorties. Walk and talk. See, look, sorry. Me apologizing. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry for existing. Actually, back to that sorry thing. There it is. Back to that sorry thing. I honestly, my parents, before we go to the music, my parents absolutely, I was an annoyance to them. They should have got a dog, not adopted a child. They should have got a dog. And and I spent my whole life, my mother used to say, Lisa, life isn't about what you want to do. Life's about what you have to do. And Lisa, I'm not here to entertain you. Go and read a book. Lisa, you might be a pain, but you're not made of glass. Get out of the way. So my whole life has been spent really trying to minimize the negative impact I have on people, trying to, and feeling like often I'm failing. So I think that my sorry stems from that, because I'm the only person in I'm the only child in my family. So I can't have been the scapegoat, although my parents did always refer to me just as the girl. Very rarely did they call me my name. So all that to say, not going to apologize, but also sorry about the tinny nature of the music. It's beautiful. Here we go. It's just for you girls and everybody out there. Thank you for the love.
Things they felt well, kind of off, foreign in my space. Not quite sure just who to trust, know which side of their face came from left field. Maybe I knew the imminent implosion. Universe, my sword and shield. The fox, this devastation. But then glowing light of opalescence, soft pale pink and rounded, treaded water for so long, now supported, grounded.
So gonna cry.
Sometimes you will catch yourself, realize it's meant to be. Your people there right by your side, together finally. And then glowing light of opalescence, soft pale pink and rounded, treaded water for so long. Here I am, supported, grounded. Where this takes us, hell, who knows? This moment is eternal. Perfection even in the flaws, 'cause water finds its level. Gentle bubble, love and light, draws in serenity. Nurtured, safe, and oh so true. Perfect, y'all, complete me. And then glowing light of opalescence, soft pale pink and rounded, treaded water for so long, supported, grounded. Sometimes you will catch yourself, realize it's meant to be. Your people there right by your side, together finally. Glowing light of opalescence, soft pale pink and rounded, love and light and levity, always supported, grounded.
That's for you all, for my girls, my ride or dies. Good name. It's exactly how I wanted to write it. And you're all exactly the right people. We're all the right people. So, my lyrics, yes, my lyrics, and it's AI music. Praise the Lord, AI music. I used to write lyrics 20 or 30 years ago. Used to busk and sing. I can sing, kind of, not like that. I'm not AI. And I've, in the last, 5 weeks, written now 27 songs. I like to think they're all fucking amazing. You can be the judge. I think Prince Lover thinks so. I haven't listened to music for years and years. No music, none. No music. 6 years, no music, none. But I listen to my music. It's pretty cool. You can see the evolution of my last 5 weeks in my music. It's palpable, visceral. some cringe stuff, but that's okay. It's a moment in time. It's fine. We don't dirty delete here. Okay, where were we? Dr. Ramani. How to protect yourself. We've got about, I don't know, 20 minutes, not even. I can't remember. So this is good stuff. We're talking about spend more time doing things you're good at. Let's give us a little pep talk. It's the end of 2024. Yes, Ride or Die said 2025 is going to be an amazing year. It's our year. It's got a good solid look to it. The number 2025 has a really good solid look to it. I'm really feeling positive things. There's nothing sharp about 2025. It's all good, rounded, solid.
And it's a dangerous sport too. And they made sacrifices for the sport, and they were following different athletes in the show, right? And all the athletes had different families and different backstories, and they were all brilliant at their sport. In one of the storylines, and that storyline involved a large family, the patriarch of the family, who was the athlete, he was devoted to everyone in his family, and it's a large extended family he lived in the midst of. And he saw their potential and he cultivated it. He encouraged them, he supported them, he empathized with them, but he also pushed them. And these people he focused on succeeded. It's a TV show, so obviously they were focusing on the people in the family that were excelling because it was a good story. But as I watched the show, it gave me pause, because this man was so focused on being there for his children and his wife, and he was always trying to be better for his family. But above all, he was encouraging just about everyone who not only were succeeding, but when they did not succeed, because in one...
So the reason why I don't listen to music, and I haven't listened to music, was I did actually about 3 or 4 years. I used to say it was 5 years, but I think I might have been exaggerating. About 3.5, 4 years of after so much trauma, so much compound trauma, so much devastation in my life, unbelievable. A lifetime of it, but a concentrated period of time, about 3 years. So I decided to stop running from my demons, and my mental health was suffering from all of this trauma I'd lived through. So I decided to stop any external, no external stimuli other than what I saw and heard organically. So no music, none. And I was 24/7 music. No television, no radio, no movies, no books, no audiobooks, no nothing. 3 or 4 years. Even on long road trips, I forced myself to sit in my feelings and process everything I'd lived through, experienced in those compound traumatic years, to face my demons, the things, hand up accountability for my role in some of the things that I had, my life's journey had taken me on, and face the demons, came to terms, and a lot of acceptance, worked through a lot of stuff, got to know myself very well. When I came out of that, I didn't rush at all. I refused to rush that process, that healing process, that shadow work process. That's what shadow work looked like for me. I had the luxury of having no job and luxury and no children. Again, luxury. I do have children. They're not in my life at the moment, but that's a whole nother story. Sidebar, not what someone on Twitter's been telling people. I am not the Kate Peter of Australia, but we'll get there. And when I came back out of it, when I realized I had come to a point where I probably had done as much sitting in those feelings and processing things and working through it that I could, that in a concentrated manner, I introduced audiobooks and then podcasts and then YouTube. And I've never gone back to music. I just haven't. And if I'm going to be perfectly honest, which I always am, it's still that little remnant of punishment. Like I don't deserve. I know I do, but in some part of me feels like I don't quite yet deserve the escapism that music provides. All I want to take in is facts, information. I'm a sponge for facts and information. I want to learn. I want to know. I want to expand my understanding of the world, and that's all I do. So all I take in is words, no fiction. I take in history books, science, true crime, like podcasts, trials, excuse me, psychology, no music. But I have found much solace in my own music because they're beautiful songs and the lyrics literally speak directly to me because I wrote them. So that, back to Dr. Ramani.
One sequence they showed on the show, someone didn't do well, and the entire family just loved them through the mishap and the not winning. And as I watched it, I was like, whew, that is sort of the opposite of a narcissistic family system. But it made me realize that people often get to be excellent by very different pathways. So once we see people who are at the top of the game, they're just excellent. I guess the big question is, what are the differences and what got them there? I kind of thought of it as a 2x2 grid. Think along the top as you have a healthy empathic family or you have an invalidating toxic family. Along the side, think of it as a person who pushes themselves and excels, and then the other one is doesn't push themselves and struggle. So 4 little boxes. For this video, we're going to focus on the ones who succeed, whether they come from a supportive family or an invalidating, undermining family. The folks who have supportive families but don't ever really succeed or make it at much of anything, have their own struggles, sometimes shame, but also likely are ultimately to find their stride and not allow what they do or how they perform to be who they are. And their family supports that, loves them unconditionally. While the ones who come from toxic families, systems, who don't try or don't excel or don't succeed, well, in some ways that's expected because that's what's projected on a person in that kind of family system. But here is where it gets interesting. So again, let's go back to the show I was watching. It was striking to me how much engagement and interest there was amongst the members of the healthier families they depicted on the show. This was a particularly dangerous sport, so there was concern for the safety of the family member who did the sport. But the family rallied, and the success of that family member at the sport was something that everybody in the family was uplifted by. Again, not at all what you would see in a toxic family. Many people who come from toxic, narcissistic families of origin are high achievers, work hard, have high aspirations, never quit. The drive to succeed for people from these kinds of families is all possessing and often comes from a place of wanting to be seen, wanting to be loved, from families where you might be trying to prove them wrong about you, about how foolish or dumb or bad you are. But the carrot and the
Amber's
goalposts
crying
are always
still.
moved. The sad part of it is
Don't
that
cry,
these
Amber.
toxic family systems will communicate to you that you are not good enough, and you will internalize that. So high achievement and perfectionism become safety behaviors. You keep striving and striving to be seen, but frankly, nobody is noticing. And perhaps when they do notice you, they critique it, they mock it, they question you. The striving then becomes a survival behavior, a sort of permanent quest to be useful and lovable. This is in marked contrast to people who have an interest or a gift or an aspiration that they feel safe enough to share it with their family system. Their family system values them as people, so they hear it. But the key here is that the person in the healthy family system feels like they are enough. So their striving isn't about being loved or being seen or feeling safe. It's about the love or interest or engagement in the activity. And the soft place to land, no matter how it goes, is always there for them, whether they succeed brilliantly or just have a mediocre showing. If you have experienced narcissistic abuse, and while the impacts of this narcissistic abuse on achievement and your approach to work and
So I know this is is quite a long way from the original starting point of this stream, which was why women bully. But I think it's all valuable stuff, and time is of the essence. I only have like 7 more nights of 16 nights of Shorty. Then it's back to just Friday and Saturday nights for you people in the States, and I have a lot that I want to share with you, and so we're packing extra stuff into each stream, and we'll timestamp it for people. Taryn will timestamp for us because she's so good. It's such a professional and such a beautiful helper, and I love it. Thank you. but for me, I've always wondered, like my parents are definitely narcissists, not hardline narcissists, but narcissists. And they never really fostered in me any real striving for goals, and never recognized or congratulated me on any achievements that I had. And I do think that that played, as well as my Gen X status, played into my kind of along the in life, like reaching pretty high levels of success and achievement in whatever I've done. I always strive to be the best, whatever I do, the best for me, not the best of anybody else, the best that I can be for me. This is interesting though, because it's very validating to me to hear this from Dr. Ramani, and maybe it's validating for you too. If you ever felt like you didn't quite understand why you didn't really believe in yourself enough to strive for things and keep striving, I sort of hit a ceiling, and then I move on to the next thing. Could be my ADHD as well. Anyone else? Chat. One's in the chat if you're an ADHDer like me.
Affection and all the rest of it, they're probably most profoundly shaped by childhood and family experiences, though can also be shaped by adult family or intimate partner narcissistic relationships. You'll understand this. The kind of achievement, striving, and flexibility we see in people from these two very different types of systems, toxic versus healthy, look different. The people who feel safe and loved and aren't working and striving and excelling just to be loved, there's often more joy, as well as more of a capacity to have
ADD or
balance, to have
ADHD, same,
passion
not the
for
same.
whatever the endeavor is, whether it's athletic.
Can I just go? ADD used to be what it used to be called ADD. Okay, just sidebar, another one. It's now called ADHD, and there's 7 different types of ADHD. One of them being inattentive ADHD, and that's what the old ADD was. So in the DSM-5, I believe, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just one term, ADHD. It's like, and there are then 7 types. I have a couple of. You can have more than, you can be afflicted or blessed with more than one of those 7 types, but the predominant one for me is the Ring of Fire ADHD, which is they do brain scans of different people who've been diagnosed as having ADHD, and then take scans with their brains and see what their brain activity is. The Ring of Fire one, there's literally a red hot spot around the whole scan, like a ring of fire, because that's my brain. Always. Can attest. Inside my head is like poles with plates on them spinning all the time, spinning, all the tracks going all the time. I think that's why I have the ability to very successfully compartmentalize many things. That's also trauma, but all the different plates, if I'm just focusing on one of the spinning plates, the rest is there, but it's not a part of my focus. So that, yes, ADHD now is an all-encompassing umbrella term, and there are 7 different types.
Or creative or academic or business or anything, but also create time and space for other things in their life, relationships, other activities, and also be willing to quit when it's time to quit. The folks whose drive and achievement orientation were planted and evolved as a response to an unsafe family system, so that work ethic and achievement striving were actually about earning love, being seen, proving people wrong about them, wanting to get to be valued as a person. Well, then that balance is nowhere to be found.
I love learning.
People from these kinds of toxic
Knowledge is
systems
power,
are folks who
Joseph.
work relentlessly. Balance almost feels scary.
Oh,
as
yeah.
though if this group lightens up on the
Taryn, they'll love this, won't they? They will love this. They will love this. It's for educational purposes, speaking on one's own lived experience, and chat, sharing our lived experiences. We are a hive mind. But okay. Thanks, Taryn. Good clarification.
work, but they would face possible criticism for not working hard enough, or heaven forbid would fail, and then that would be their fault. So balance for a person from a toxic family system, to try to have that sense of balance, can almost leave them feeling like they're out of control. Only the work would matter. Listen, I work too much and I have no balance in my life. It's a problem. So
Same.
the show actually made me think about that. Some of it goes to fears in me
Oh my God.
around not having
my
enough
earbud.
resources, not having enough money has put me at risk throughout my life. So if I work less, I worry about going right back to zero. But it's deeper. And I see this echoed in people I talk to every day. We never rest on our laurels and say, I did good. We look at what we did, and the first thing we wonder is, what did I do wrong? Not what could we do better? What did we do wrong? What did we miss? And if I stop doing what I do, will everyone...
Interesting. I don't do that. I don't do that. I think I trained myself into praising myself because no one else was. So I don't really ever look for there's always areas of opportunity in things we've done, things we've said, but also credit where credit's due. Pat yourself, back yourself.
Everyone just disappear and forget about me. It's that existential. When you go through harmful relationships, finding the mistakes, the things you didn't get just right, even though you crushed it, that's a safety behavior. The not stopping the constant working because of irrational fears of being forgotten, that's a distortion, but it feels true. The impossible goal of getting it all right and maybe finally feeling completely safe is always dangling there, but we can only get there if we work hard enough.
Yeah, thanks, Steph. There's been a lot of shame thrown on me, shade and shame about my music. I have a history of addiction. Will always be someone who's considers myself an addict, similar to an alcoholic or a sex addict or anything. So for me, the way I've worked through these last 5 weeks, and it's eased off a little bit now that I have my beautiful support network, my beautiful friends have rallied around me. But yes, writing my music was a very healthy and productive way for me to work through and process and vent. Crystal, vent. Crystal was asking about venting in the Discord and what that meant. So for me, that venting, putting what was in here that I didn't have anywhere to put it, putting into lyrics, and even feeling proud about those lyrics. And there's been a lot of shade and shame cast on me, but not by the people here in my life now, but in those early days when I was writing music daily, 2 songs a day sometimes, just to manage my very big emotions, a lot of confusion, a lot of just what the fuck. And I make no apologies for the music I've written, the words I've written, and the benefits it gave me and many other people. Andy in the chat right now said that she has had a very tough time, and very parallel to my tough time, different stuff, but same but different, and that my music has helped her too. They're very human emotions. We've all felt betrayal. We've all felt blindsided. We've all felt confused. We've all felt philosophically positive about things, and that this too shall pass. So I think my music resonates for that reason. And yes, Steph, shame on the people for shaming me for it. They don't like it because it's sometimes calling them out for their poor behaviors.
But perfection isn't a thing. And as a result, not only do survivors of narcissistic relationships and families have to grapple with
I
the
will rehear it.
exhaustion
We will
of the
rehear it.
chronic grief that's in ownership. What did we miss? And if I stop doing what I do, will everyone just disappear and forget about me? It's that existential. When you go through harmful relationships, finding the mistakes, the things you didn't get just right, even though you crushed it, that's a safety behavior. The not stopping the constant working because of irrational fears of being forgotten, that's a distortion, but it feels true. The impossible goal of getting it all right and maybe finally feeling completely safe is always dangling there, but we can only get there if we work hard enough. But perfection isn't a thing. And as a result, not only do survivors of narcissistic relationships and families have to grapple with the exhaustion of the chronic grief that's raised by these relationships.
Lisa, I usually do say hi, cool name, to anyone who comes into chat whose name is Lisa. I think I probably have said that to you in the past, but maybe you didn't pick up on it. But yeah, I'm Lisa. Yeah, hi, it's me. I'm Lisa. 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes.
But the exhaustion of working all the time in a grail quest for something that's never going to come. They're never really going to notice you. And if they do, it's often to criticize you. Working hard, working all the time, a loss of balance. These are all forms of numbing and dissociation. In fact, it is almost a socially rewarded and sanctioned form of dissociation, but it's something more. To work like this is sometimes a way to try and get that thing we always wanted, to be seen, to be loved, to be attuned to, but in a less vulnerable way, because we couldn't do it by making our needs known emotionally, but instead doing it by striving and striving and striving and perhaps sometimes achieving. It's a bad transaction. Working hard is really not meant to be a pathway to being loved. And yet, in the desperate quest of the narcissistic family system or relationship, it's something that at least may give us money or social recognition that could just be a way to be seen. But none of this is the same as what happens in a healthy system, where you are valued for you, for your aspirations, whether they make money or get recognition or not. They're valued simply because they're a part of you. And so balance naturally comes from that. The achievement and the striving and the work, when it comes from that healthier place, they aren't numbing or a way to get love without.
Catherine, congratulations, girl. Look at you go. You're amazing. Sober for 24 years, and I quit smoking 3 months ago, Catherine. Wow, I am so proud of you. We are proud of you. That takes some balls and some determination. Go you, go girl. Proud of you.
Feeling, but instead by doing. However, in the perilous landscape of the narcissistic relationship, we are doing anything and everything we can just to get a basic sense of safety and empathy and love. And since you won't be seen for just being you, which is what would happen, for example, in a healthy family system, you feel like you always have to earn it, which is often a driver for the high achievement drive of many survivors in narcissistic relationships. So you're succeeding and succeeding, but yet you have this hollow feeling in you all the time that you're never doing enough. And you rarely revel in your accomplishments, waiting for someone to hit you with something like, well, aren't you being uppity? Or just waiting for someone to just cut you down. And you keep looking for the one thing you did wrong in the midst of the dozens of things you did right. And more importantly, that you're you. It doesn't matter, right, wrong, good, or bad. The success of a survivor has a different feel. It may be astonishing, but it feels different than it would have than if it had happened in a healthier and in a safer space. So yeah, that success for somebody who comes from a toxic family system is hard won. And while the success is the success, and oftentimes that's all we look at.
Cheryl, for me, we ain't got no quit. and I got to have a vice. And if I don't vape on my nicotine vapes, Lord, universe, I don't think I could be quite the fucking delight that I am. And also, you wouldn't get the cute throat clearing all the time, would you? I mean, it's not good for you. It's terrible for you, but it's better than my other vape alternative, which is what I'll forever consider myself to be a lifelong addict of.
It's just the win. We don't always look at how the sausage was made, everything that came up to that point. We don't look at the toll. And we also don't look at the unwillingness to embrace balance, which is so essential, but it often is non-existent for people who grew up in narcissistic relationships and became very successful themselves, because there's always that fear that the minute I let up on the throttle and have some balance, this whole plane's going to crash. I hope that's helpful. And thanks
It's
again.
very helpful, Dr. Ramani. How much do we love her? Stan, Dr. Ramani. Vaping is hard to quit. I know I thought I had to quit for about 5 weeks because Australia changed their laws, and supposedly there was no more vapes. And so I was like, fine. I was the most cranky 6 weeks of my life. And then I realized we could still get vapes, and I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll sleep with them under my pillow. I'll never quit. We ain't got no quit. Amber, yes. And thank you. And to our men, thank you for being here and hanging with us. We are glad you are here too. Honestly, truly, Joseph Kane, I think Jim Cox was here for a while. We've had some guys in and out. Thank you for being here. Like, this is a very woman heavy chat, and it's, you know, we value you being here and providing some beautiful examples of not toxic masculinity. It's lovely. No smoking, someone's going to get hurt. Facts. The mini nicotine mints is the best way to quit, in my experience. Smoking or vaping? For me, it's not the nicotine. I started vaping a couple of years ago, not even realizing there was nicotine in them. That wasn't my my goal. I wanted the vape part, the soothing, like it's the oral fixation of the inhale, the exhale, and also having something to hold. They're like fidget toys for me. You'll quite often see me, I can remember, someone said in the chat, love the double fist, holding his like this. I sleep with them under my pillow. If I can't find them, the panic, obviously the last couple of days when my vapes were running low, I was struggling. My body was going, nicotine. But yeah, I don't think I could give away the vape part of it. I could swap it out for non-nicotine ones, but that's fine. Crystal says, I think as a society, we are taught to focus on the negative, not just in our personal lives. Look at the news. Yep. If it bleeds, it leads. Right. And yeah. Prince Lover says, I made straight A's for the first time. Sperm donor said, that's what you should have gotten every time. Ugh, I never tried at school again. Prince Lover, I'm so sorry. Yes. I only have flippant things to say about vaping because I refuse. Oh, Charles. Yes, of course. Charles is here also. Try the ZYN nicotine pouches. I love it. Good. No, thank you. Vape till death. The state. Laurie says the state, my little one next to Massachusetts, just outlawed flavored vapes. Yes, but you can go across the border, right? I'm not enabling or endorsing. Not much. Lovely Beth says, I've been using nicotine patches for my illness. Well, I hope they're working for you. Joseph says, Joseph is a strong advocate for the shorties. Hey, flying monkeys, fix your karma a smidgen and smash that like. Or that thumbs down. We don't care. And I promise that not to call you a bunch of fucking losers for the rest of 2024. Is that a promise you can keep? I never said that. I was just reading out a comment. I mean, monkeys serve a purpose. They did their task. They're continuing to do their task. That's okay. The world takes all types in the world. We're good. I have some without nicotine. They aren't the same. No, they aren't. You don't get that tinkle in your toes, Cheryl. I can relate. Yes. They make some without nicotine, Lisa. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They don't taste as good. I used to vape, says Crystal. Then my husband said, you're going back to cigarettes. Vapes are too expensive as quickly as you go through them. I see for me, vapes last. I spend about $50 a week on vapes. In Australia, chat, cigarettes are $70 a packet. Tax. It's tax. 65 to 70, right? It's about 50 odd dollars US for a pack of 25. Yikes. People still smoke a pack a day. Wild. Okay, where are we? We love Joey. Yes, we do love Joey. They outlawed nicotine-flavored pouches in Massachusetts. Well, that's just another reason why Massachusetts is, hey, Massachusetts, what the actual fuck? Yes, Steph, where there's a will, there's a way. Yeah, for 20 ciggies in a pack, 20, 25, yep. 70, yes. Diane says, yes, cigarettes are killing me. The price, that is. Yes. What the fuck? He said 2024. Yes, 2 more days. That is wild. What the actual fuck? Heavily taxed. Yes, heavily taxed. Yes. I noticed that people who vape to quit end up going up in the nicotine, and it's more than a cig has in it. Yes, all the nicotine. Give me as much as you can. Give me it all. Give me the toe tiggles, man. Yeah, I stopped smoking cigarettes when they went to $10.50. I was like, this is outrageous. $10.50. I know the government taxes them so that they make it's like they don't care. Supposedly, it's because we have a public health care system, right, called Medicare. So obviously, the cost of the social health cost of people smoking cigarettes is that it's a very heavy burden later on in life with the effects of smoking. So theoretically, the taxation is to subsidize as people age, smokers age, and they come into needing healthcare for their fully funded healthcare. That there's that money pot to provide that healthcare, but it's just revenue raising, right? We can send Miss Shorty a vape. Well, I don't know if they'll get through customs. I can get them. I get native cartons for $36. Yeah, wow. You can't even get half a pack of ciggies, half a pack of darts for $30. Oh, you can buy Chinese, like Asian import cigarettes. Sorry, itchy ear for my earbuds. Oh, don't start scratching ears. Better than an orgasm. I'll never stop. Chinese, like the Asian ciggies, which God knows what's in them, probably just the same or worse. And they're like $25 a pack, but they stink. Man, I thought New York sucks. I guess that makes sense. The act of smoking is enjoyable. I like vaping. It's the oral fixation. It's something to do. The cigs have state and federal taxes on them. That's why it's so expensive here in the US. That's not expensive. $70 for 25 cigarettes is expensive. Give me the toe tingles. Yes. Customs, not letting you ship vapes. No. So chat, we've gone for 4 hours. Thank you so much. We started off very specifically, can't stop, won't stop. Exactly, Layla. We've veered and meandered a little, but I think it's all relevant. Let's just circle back to the beginning. Why women bully? Well, I don't know. Misogyny, internalized misogyny, jealousy, a pack mentality. How do they go about doing it? Well, exclusion, gossiping, spreading rumors. Do better. Smear campaigns are very real. Yes. All of the above. I hope we've insecurity. Thank you. Prince Lover smokes the finest green. Right. Good. Touch some grass or smoke it, whichever, or both. Thank you, shorties, mods, and boss. This tribe rocks. Thank yous all. We are stronger, putting words to all of this. Absolutely. This is education for everybody watching. Thank you. Chat, thank you so much for your beautiful open sharing and caring. You all make this amazing, this community. Thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you, Tara and Dusty. Oh, wow. We'll see you tomorrow night for some more Karen Reid, part 2 of the pre-trial motions hearings. And then the next night we're doing logical fallacies because they're bitches, right? Chat is bae. Internalized misogyny for the win, right, Andy? That's a law note. Amber has been putting terminology to things I already knew in my heart and soul, but I now have titles. That's not the right word. I have terminology, phraseology to go with the things I just knew in my heart. It's a very fucking good thing. I love learning. And thank you, Taryn, for not needing to press the "you are unmuted" tonight. One day I'll be a professional. Welcome to new members and new people, new shorties. Thank you so much for joining, Lady V. Yes. Thank you, Taryn, and our mod support team from other channels, Mandy and Dizzy. Yes. Mandy for helping me with my new logo, changing my logo, changing the color. So much love, so many acts of service, so much love and helpful, and just women supporting women. It doesn't need to be the way it's been. I don't expect many, if any, to change their opinions of me in that core group, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. That's okay. I thank myself for lurking. Only fan. I'm so happy you're lurking. How's Singapore? Steamy in Singapore? Later, lurkers. Let's go out with a Miss Shorty New Year. Love all you guys. Shorties, I love logic. Logic is great. Logical fallacies. Bye. I'm playing the song. Love your faces. See you tomorrow night. Get a big drink of water. Sleep well. Best. Best chat, best community, best mods. Mwah.
It's on that shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because in Shorty Camp Leader is a fucking delight. It's on this shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird with your comments and scream. You will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube. You can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cut. It's on this shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Let your cats be free. It's so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a lit shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because the Shorty Camp Leader is a fucking